Section 1 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. Symbolism and Ideographs. Quote, "Is not a symbol ever, to him who has eyes for it, some dimmer or clearer revelation of the godlike? Through all there glimmers something of a divine idea, nay, the highest ensign that men ever met and embraced under. The cross itself had no meaning, save an accidental, extrinsic one." End quote. Carlyle. The study of the hidden meaning in every religious and profane legend, of whatsoever nation, large or small, and preeminently in the traditions of the East, has occupied the greater portion of the present writer's life. She is one of those who feel convinced that no mythological story, no traditional event in the folklore of a people has ever, at any time, been pure fiction, but that every one of such narratives has an actual historical lining to it. In this the writer disagrees with those symbologists, however great their reputation, who find in every myth nothing more than additional proof of the superstitious bent of mind of the ancients, and who believe that all mythologies sprang from and are built upon solar myths. Such superficial thinkers have been admirably disposed of by Mr. Gerald Massey, the poet and Egyptologist, in a lecture on Luniolatry, Ancient and Modern. His pointed criticism is worthy of reproduction in this part of our work, as it echoes so well our own feelings, expressed openly so far back as 1875, when Isis Unveiled was written. Quote, "For 30 years past, Professor Max Müller has been teaching in his books and lectures in the Times, Saturday Review, and various magazines, from the platform of the Royal Institution, the pulpit of Westminster Abbey, and his chair at Oxford, that mythology is a disease of language, and that the ancient symbolism was a result of something like a primitive mental aberration. We know," says Renouf, echoing Max Müller in his Hibbert lectures, "we know that mythology is the disease which springs up at a peculiar stage of human culture. Such is the shallow explanation of the non-evolutionists, and such explanations are still accepted by the British public that gets its thinking done for it by proxy. Professor Max Müller, Cox, Gubanatis, and other propounders of the solar mythos have portrayed the primitive myth-maker for us as a sort of Germanized Hindu metaphysician, projecting his own shadow on a mental mist, and talking ingeniously concerning smoke, or at least cloud, the sky overhead becoming like the dome of dreamland, scribbled over with the imagery of aboriginal nightmares. They conceive the early man in their own likeness, and look upon him as perversely prone to self-mystification, or as Fontenelle has it, quote, subject to beholding things that are not there." End quote. They have misrepresented primitive or archaic man as having been idiotically misled from the first by an active but untutored imagination into believing all sorts of fallacies, which were directly and constantly contradicted by his own daily experience. A fool of fancy in the midst of those grim realities that were grinding his experiences into him like the grinding icebergs making their imprints upon the rocks submerged beneath the sea. It remains to be said, and will one day be acknowledged, that these accepted teachers have been no nearer to the beginnings of mythology and language than Burns's poet Willie had been near to Pegasus. My reply is, 'tis but a dream of the metaphysical theorist that mythology was a disease of language, or of anything else except his own brain. The origin and meaning of mythology have been missed altogether by these solarites and weathermongers. Mythology was a primitive mode of thinking, the early thought. It was founded on natural facts, and is still verifiable in phenomena. There is nothing insane, nothing irrational in it when considered in the light of evolution, and when its mode of expression by sign language is thoroughly understood. The insanity lies in mistaking it for human history or divine revelation. Mythology is the repository of man's most ancient science, and what concerns us chiefly is this: when truly interpreted once more, it is destined to be the death of those false theologies to which it has unwittingly given birth. In modern phraseology, a statement is sometimes said to be mythical in proportion to its being untrue. But the ancient mythology was not a system or mode of falsifying in that sense. Its fables were the means of conveying facts. They were neither forgeries nor fictions. For example, when the Egyptians portrayed the moon as a cat, they were not ignorant enough to suppose that the moon was a cat, nor did their wandering fancies see any likeness in the moon to a cat. Nor was a cat myth any mere expansion of verbal metaphor, nor had they any intention of making puzzles or riddles. They had observed the simple fact that the cat saw in the dark, and that her eyes became full-orbed and grew most luminous by night. The moon was the seer by night in heaven, and the cat was its equivalent on the earth, and so the familiar cat was adopted as a representative, a natural sign, a pictograph of the lunar orb. And so it followed that the sun, which saw down in the underworld at night, could also be called the cat, as it was, because it also saw in the dark. The name of the cat in Egyptian is Mau, which denotes the seer, from Mau, to see. One writer on mythology asserts that the Egyptians, imagined a great cat behind the sun, which is the pupil of the cat's eye. But this imagining is all modern. It is the Millerite stock in trade. The moon, as cat, was the eye of the sun, because it reflected the solar light, and because the eye gives back the image in its mirror. In the form of the goddess Pasht, the cat keeps watch for the sun, with her paw holding down and bruising the head of the serpent of darkness, called his eternal enemy. This is a very correct exposition of the lunar mythos from its astronomical aspect. Selenography, however, is the least esoteric of the divisions of lunar symbology. To master thoroughly, if one is permitted to coin a new word, selenognosis, one must become proficient in more than its astronomical meaning. The moon is intimately related to the earth, as shown in the stanzas, and is more directly concerned with all the mysteries of our globe than is even Venus Lucifer, the occult sister and alter ego of the earth. The untiring researches of Western, especially German symbologists during the last and the present centuries, have induced the most unprejudiced students, and of course every occultist, to see that without the help of symbology, with its 7 departments of which the moderns know nothing, no ancient scripture can ever be correctly understood. Symbology must be studied from every one of its aspects, for each nation had its own peculiar methods of expression. In short, no Egyptian papyrus, no Indian ola, no Assyrian tile, no Hebrew scroll should be read and interpreted literally. This every scholar now knows. The able lectures of Mr. Gerald Massey alone are sufficient to convince any fair-minded Christian that to accept the dead letter of the Bible is equivalent to falling into a grosser error and superstition than any hitherto evolved by the brain of the savage South Sea Islander. But the fact to which even the most truth-loving and truth-searching Orientalists, whether Arianists or Egyptologists, seem to remain blind is that every symbol on papyrus or ola is a many-faced diamond, each of whose facets not only includes several interpretations, but also relates to several sciences. This is instanced in the just quoted interpretation of the cat symbolizing the moon, an example of sidereal-terrestrial imagery, for the moon has with other nations many other meanings besides. As a learned Mason and Theosophist, the late Kenneth Mackenzie, has shown in his Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, there is a great difference between emblem and symbol. The former, comprises a larger series of thoughts than a symbol, which may be said rather to illustrate some single special idea." End quote. Hence the symbols, lunar or solar, for example, of several countries, each illustrating such a special idea or series of ideas, form collectively an esoteric emblem. The latter is, "a concrete visible picture or sign representing principles or a series of principles recognizable by those who have received certain instructions, initiates." To put it still plainer, an emblem is usually a series of graphic pictures viewed and explained allegorically, and unfolding an idea in panoramic views, one after the other. Thus the Puranas are written emblems. So are the Mosaic and Christian Testaments, or the Bible, and all other exoteric scriptures. As the same authority shows, "all esoteric societies have made use of emblems and symbols such as the Pythagorean Society, the Eleusinians, the Hermetic Brethren of Egypt, the Rosicrucians, and the Freemasons. Many of these emblems it is not proper to divulge to the general eye, and a very minute difference may make the emblem or symbol differ widely in its meaning. The magical sigilla, being founded on certain principles of number, partake of this character, and although monstrous or ridiculous in the eyes of the uninstructed, convey a whole body of doctrine to those who have been trained to recognize them." The above enumerated societies are all comparatively modern, none dating back earlier than the Middle Ages. How much more proper, then, that the students of the oldest archaic school should be careful not to divulge secrets of far more importance to humanity, as being dangerous in ignorant hands, than any of the so-called Masonic secrets which have now become those of Polichinelle, as the French say. But this restriction can apply only to the psychological, or rather psychophysiological, and cosmical significance of symbol and emblem, and even to that only partially, for though an adept is compelled to refuse to impart the conditions and means that lead to any correlation of elements, whether psychic or physical, which may produce harmful as well as beneficent results, yet he is ever ready to impart to the earnest student the secret of the ancient thought, in anything that has respect to history concealed under mythological symbolism, and thus to furnish a few more landmarks for a retrospective view of the past, in so far as it furnishes useful information with regard to the origin of man, the evolution of the races, and geognosy. And yet it is the crying complaint today, not only among Theosophists, but also among the few profane interested in the subject, why do not the adepts reveal that which they know? To this one might answer, why should they, since one knows beforehand that no man of science will accept it, even as a hypothesis, much less as a theory or axiom? Have you so much as accepted or believed in the ABC of the occult philosophy contained in the Theosophist, esoteric Buddhism, and other works and periodicals? Has not even the little which has been given been ridiculed and derided, and made to face the animal and ape theory of Huxley and Haeckel on the one hand, and the rib of Adam and the apple on the other? Notwithstanding such an unenviable prospect, however, a mass of facts is given in the present work, and the origin of man and the evolution of the globe and the races, human and animal, are as fully treated as the writer is able to treat them. The proofs brought forward in corroboration of the old teachings are scattered widely throughout the old scriptures of ancient civilizations. The Puranas, the Zend-Avesta, and the old classics are full of such facts, but no one has ever taken the trouble of collecting and collating them together. The reason for this is that all such events were recorded symbolically, and that the best scholars, the most acute minds among our Aryanists and Egyptologists, have been too often darkened by one or another preconception, and still oftener by one-sided views of the secret meaning. Yet even a parable is a spoken symbol, a fiction or a fable, as some think, an allegorical representation, we say, of life realities, events, and facts. And just as a moral was ever drawn from a parable, such moral being an actual truth and fact in human life, So a historical real event was deduced by those versed in the hieratic sciences from emblems and symbols recorded in the ancient archives of the temples. The religious and esoteric history of every nation was embedded in symbols. It was never expressed literally in so many words. All the thoughts and emotions, all the learning and knowledge revealed and acquired of the early races found their pictorial expression in allegory and parable. Why? Because the spoken word has a potency not only unknown to, but even unsuspected and naturally disbelieved in by the modern sages. Because sound and rhythm are closely related to the four elements of the ancients, and because such or another vibration in the air is sure to awaken the corresponding powers, union with which produces good or bad results, as the case may be. No student was ever allowed to recite historical, religious, or real events of any kind in so many unmistakable words, lest the powers connected with the event should be once more attracted. Such events were narrated only during initiation, and every student had to record them in corresponding symbols, drawn out of his own mind and examined later by his master, before they were finally accepted. Thus by degrees was the Chinese alphabet created, as just before it the hieratic symbols were fixed upon in old Egypt. In the Chinese language, the characters of which may be read in any language, and which, as just said, is only a little less ancient than the Egyptian alphabet of Thoth, every word has its corresponding symbol in a pictorial form. This language possesses many thousands of such symbol letters, or logograms, each conveying the meaning of a whole word, for letters proper, or an alphabet as we understand it, do not exist in the Chinese language any more than they did in the Egyptian, till a far later period. Thus a Japanese who does not understand one word of Chinese, meeting with a Chinaman who has never heard the language of the former, will communicate in writing with him, and they will understand each other perfectly because their writing is symbolical. The explanation of the chief symbols and emblems is now attempted, as Book II, which treats of anthropogenesis, would be most difficult to understand without a preparatory acquaintance with at least the metaphysical symbols. Nor would it be just to enter upon an esoteric reading of symbolism without giving due honor to one who has rendered it the greatest service in this century, by discovering the chief key to ancient Hebrew symbology, strongly interwoven with metrology, one of the keys to the once universal mystery language. Mr. Ralston Skinner, of Cincinnati, the author of The Key to the Hebrew-Egyptian Mystery in the Source of Measures, has our thanks. A mystic and a Kabbalist by nature, he has labored for many years in this direction, and his efforts have certainly been crowned with great success. In his own words, quote, "The writer is quite certain that there was an ancient language which modernly and up to this time appears to have been lost, the vestiges of which, however, abundantly exist. The author discovered that this geometrical ratio, the integral ratio of the diameter to the circumference of a circle, was the very ancient and probably the divine origin of linear measures. It appears almost proven that the same system of geometry, numbers, ratio, and measures was known and made use of on the continent of North America, even prior to the knowledge of the same by the descending Semites. The peculiarity of this language was that it could be contained in another, concealed and not to be perceived, save through the help of special instruction, letters and syllabic signs possessing at the same time the powers or meanings of numbers, of geometrical shapes, pictures or ideographs and symbols, the designed scope of which would be determinatively helped out by parables in the shape of narratives or parts of narratives, while also it could be set forth separately, independently and variously by pictures in stonework or in earth constructions. To clear up an ambiguity as to the term language, primarily the word means the expression of ideas by human speech, but secondarily it may mean the expression of ideas by any other instrumentality. This old language is so composed in the Hebrew text that by the use of the written characters which uttered shall be the language first defined, a distinctly separated series of ideas may be intentionally communicated, other than those ideas expressed by the reading of the sound signs. This secondary language sets forth under a veil series of ideas, copies in imagination of things sensible, which may be pictured, and of things which may be classed as real without being sensible. As, for instance, the number 9 may be taken as a reality, though it has no sensible existence. So also a revolution of the moon, as separated from the moon itself by which that revolution has been made, may be taken as giving rise to or causing a real idea, though such a revolution has no substance. This idea language may consist of symbols restricted to arbitrary terms and signs, having a very limited range of conceptions and quite valueless, or it may be a reading of nature in some of her manifestations of a value almost immeasurable as regards human civilization. A picture of something natural may give rise to ideas of coordinating subjects, radiating out in various and even opposing directions like the spokes of a wheel, and producing natural realities in departments very foreign to the apparent tendency of the reading of the first or starting picture. Notion may give rise to connected notion, but if it does, then, however apparently incongruous, all resulting ideas must spring from the original picture and be harmonically connected or related the one with the other. Thus, with a pictured idea radical enough, the imagination of the cosmos itself, even in its details of construction, might result. Such a use of ordinary language is now obsolete, but it has become a question with the writer whether at one time far back in the past it or such was not the language of the world and of universal use, possessed, however, as it became more and more molded into its arcane forms, by a select class or caste. By this I mean that the popular tongue or vernacular commenced even in its origin to be made use of as the vehicle of this peculiar mode of conveying ideas. Of this the evidences are very strong, and indeed it would seem that in the history of the human race there happened, from causes which at present at any rate we cannot trace, a lapse or loss from an original perfect language and a perfect system of science. Shall we say perfect because they were of divine origin and importation?" Divine origin does not here mean a revelation from an anthropomorphic God on a mount amidst thunder and lightning, but, as we understand it, a language and a system of science imparted to early mankind by a more advanced mankind, so much higher as to be divine in the sight of that infant humanity, by a mankind, in short, from other spheres, an idea which contains nothing supernatural in it, but the acceptance or rejection of which depends upon the degree of conceit and arrogance in the mind of him to whom it is stated. For if the professors of modern knowledge would only confess that though they know nothing of the future of the disembodied man, or rather will accept nothing, yet this future may be pregnant with surprises and unexpected revelations to them, once their egos are rid of their gross bodies, then materialistic unbelief would have fewer chances than it has. Who of them knows or can tell what may happen when once the life cycle of this globe is run down, and our Mother Earth herself falls into her last sleep? Who is bold enough to say that the divine egos of our mankind, or at least the elect out of the multitudes passing on to other spheres, will not become in their turn the divine instructors of a new mankind generated by them on a new globe, called to life and activity by the disembodied principles of our earth? All this may have been the experience of the past, and these strange records lie embedded in the mystery language of the prehistoric ages, the language now called symbolism. End of section 1, read by Sandra in Muskoka, 2022. Chapter 2 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. The Mystery Language and its Keys. First Part. Recent discoveries made by great mathematicians and Kabbalists thus prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that every theology from the earliest and oldest known to the latest has sprung not only from a common source of abstract beliefs, but from one universal esoteric or mystery language. These scholars hold the key to the universal language of old, and have turned it successfully, though only once, in the hermetically closed door leading to the Hall of Mysteries. The great archaic system known from prehistoric ages as the sacred wisdom science, one that is contained and can be traced in every old as well as in every new religion, had and still has its universal language, suspected by the Mason Ragon, the language of the Hierophants, which has 7 dialects, so to speak, each referring and being specifically appropriate to one of the 7 mysteries of nature. Each had its own symbolism. Nature could thus be either read in its fullness or viewed from one of its special aspects. The proof of this lies to this day in the extreme difficulty which the Orientalists in general, the Indianists and Egyptologists especially, experience in interpreting the allegorical writings of the Aryans and the hieratic records of old Egypt. This is because they will never remember that all the ancient records were written in a language which was universal and known to all nations alike in days of old, but which is now intelligible only to the few, like the Arabic figures which are plain to a man of whatever nation, or like the English word and, which becomes et for the Frenchman, und for the German, and so on, yet which may be expressed for all civilized nations in the simple sign ampersand. So all the words of that mystery language signified the same thing to each man of whatever nationality. There have been several men of note who have tried to re-establish such a universal and philosophical tongue, Delgarme, Wilkins, Leibniz, but de Maymieux, in his Pasigraphie, is the only one who has proven its possibility. The scheme of Valentinius, called the Greek Kabbalah, based on the combination of Greek letters, might serve as a model. The many-sided facets of the mystery language have led to the adoption of widely varied dogmas and rites in the exotericism of the church rituals. It is they, again, which are at the origin of most of the dogmas of the Christian Church. For example, the 7 sacraments, the Trinity, the resurrection, the 7 capital sins, and the 7 virtues. The 7 keys to the mystery tongue, however, having always been in the keeping of the highest among the initiated hierophants of antiquity, it is only the partial use of a few out of the 7 which passed through the treason of some early church fathers, ex-initiates of the temples, into the hands of the new sect of the Nazarenes. Some of the early popes were initiates, but the last fragments of their knowledge have now fallen into the power of the Jesuits, who have turned them into a system of sorcery. It is maintained that India, not in its present limits, but including its ancient boundaries, is the only country in the world which still has among her sons adepts, who have the knowledge of all the 7 subsystems and the key to the entire system. Since the fall of Memphis, Egypt began to lose those keys one by one, and Chaldea had preserved only 3 in the days of Berosus. As for the Hebrews, in all their writings, they show no more than a thorough knowledge of the astronomical, geometrical, and numerical systems of symbolizing all the human, and especially the physiological functions. They never had the higher keys. Quote, "Every time I hear people talking of the religion of Egypt," writes M. Gaston Maspero, the great French Egyptologist and the successor of Mariette Bey, "I am tempted to ask which of the Egyptian religions they are talking about. Is it of the Egyptian religion of the 4th dynasty, or of the Egyptian religion of the Ptolemaic period? Is it of the religion of the rabble, or of that of the learned men, of that which was taught in the schools of Heliopolis, or of that other which was in the minds and conceptions of the Theban sacerdotal class? For between the first tomb of Memphis, which bears the cartouche of a king of the 3rd dynasty, and the last stones at Esne under Caesar Philippus, the Arabian, there is an interval of at least 5,000 years, leaving aside the invasion of the shepherds, the Ethiopian and Assyrian dominions, the Persian conquest, Greek colonization, and the 1,000 revolutions of its political life. Egypt has passed during those 5,000 years through many vicissitudes of life, moral and intellectual. Chapter 17 of the Book of the Dead, which seems to contain the exposition of the system of the world as it was understood at Heliopolis during the time of the first dynasties, is known to us only by a few copies of the 11th and 12th dynasties. Each of the verses composing it was already at the time interpreted in 3 or 4 different ways, so different indeed that according to this another school, the demiurge became the solar fire, Ra-Shu, or the primordial water. 15 centuries later, the number of readings had increased considerably. Time had, in its course, modified the ideas about the universe and the forces that ruled it. During the hardly 18 centuries that Christianity exists, it has worked, developed, and transformed most of its dogmas. How many times, then, might not the Egyptian clergy have altered its dogmas during those 50 centuries that separate Theodosius from the king builders of the pyramids?" End quote. Here we believe the eminent Egyptologist is going too far. The exoteric dogmas may often have been altered, the esoteric never. He does not take into account the sacred immutability of the primitive truths revealed only during the mysteries of initiation. The Egyptian priests have forgotten much. They altered nothing. The loss of a good deal of the primitive teaching was due to the sudden deaths of the great hierophants, who passed away before they had time to reveal all to their successors, mostly to the absence of worthy heirs to the knowledge. Yet they have preserved in their rituals and dogmas the principal teachings of the secret doctrine. Thus, in the 17th chapter, mentioned by Maspero, one finds 1. Osiris saying he's in Tum, the creative force in nature giving form to all beings, spirits and men, self-generated and self-existent, issued from Nun, the celestial river, called Father, Mother of the gods, the primordial deity which is chaos or the deep, impregnated by the unseen spirit. 2. He has found Shu, the solar force, on the staircase in the city of the 8, the 2 cubes of good and evil, and he has annihilated the evil principles in Nun, chaos, the children of rebellion. 3. He is the fire and water, that is Nun, the primordial parent, and he created the gods out of his limbs, 14 gods, twice 7, 7 dark and 7 light gods, the 7 spirits of the presence of the Christians, and the 7 dark evil spirits. 4. He is the law of existence and being, verse 10, the Bennu, or phoenix, the bird of resurrection in eternity, in whom night follows the day and day the night, an allusion to the periodical cycles of cosmic resurrection and human reincarnation. For what can this mean? Quote, the wayfarer who crosses millions of years in the name of one, and the great green primordial water or chaos, the name of the other. End quote. Verse 17. One begetting millions of years in succession, the other engulfing them to restore them back. 5. He speaks of the 7 luminous ones who follow their Lord, who confers justice, Osiris in Amenti. All this is now shown to have been the source and origin of Christian dogmas, that which the Jews had from Egypt through Moses and other initiates was confused and distorted enough in later days, and that which the Church got from both is still more misinterpreted. Yet their system is now proven identical in this special department of symbology. The key, namely, to the mysteries of astronomy as connected with those of generation and conception, is now proven identical with those ideas of ancient religions, the theology of which has developed the phallic element. The Jewish system of sacred measures applied to religious symbols is the same, so far as geometrical and numerical combinations go, as those of Chaldea, Greece, and Egypt, having been adopted by the Jews during the centuries of their slavery and captivity with those nations. Note, as we said in Isis, Volume 2, page 438-9, note, to the present moment, in spite of all controversies and researches, history and science remain as much as ever in the dark as to the origin of the Jews. They may be as well the exiled Chandalas of old India, the bricklayers mentioned by Vinaswata, Vedavyasa, and Manu, as the Phoenicians of Herodotus or the Hyksos of Josephus, or descendants of Pali shepherds, or a mixture of all these. The Bible names the Tyrians as a kindred people and claims dominion over them, yet whatever they may have been, they became a hybrid people, not long after Moses, as the Bible shows them freely intermarrying, not alone with the Canaanites, but with every other nation or race they came in contact with. And note, what was that system? It is the intimate conviction of the author of The Source of Measures that, quote, the Mosaic books were intended, by a mode of art speech, to set forth a geometrical and numerical system of exact science, which should serve as an origin of measures. End quote. Piazzi Smythe believes likewise. This system and these measures are found by some scholars to be identical with those used in the construction of the Great Pyramid, but this is only partially so. Quote, the foundation of these measures was the Parker ratio, says Mr. R. Skinner in The Source of Measures. The author of this very extraordinary work has found it out, he says, in the use of the integral ratio in numbers of diameter to circumference of a circle, discovered by John Parker of New York. This ratio is 6,561 for diameter and 20,612 for circumference. Furthermore, that this geometrical ratio was the very ancient and probably the divine origin of what have now become, through exoteric handling and practical application, the British linear measures, quote, the underlying unit of which, videlicet, the inch, was likewise the base of one of the royal Egyptian cubits and of the Roman foot. He also found out that there was a modified form of the ratio, videlicet 113 to 355, explained in his work, and that while this last ratio pointed through its origin to the exact integral pi, or to 6,561 to 20,612, it also served as a base for astronomical calculations. The author discovered that a system of exact science, geometrical, numerical, and astronomical, founded on these ratios, and to be found in use in the construction of the great Egyptian pyramid, was in part the burden of this language as contained in and concealed under the verbiage of the Hebrew text of the Bible. The inch and the 2-foot rule of 24 inches, interpreted for use through the elements of the circle, see first pages of Book 1, and the ratios mentioned were found to be at the basis or foundation of this natural and Egyptian and Hebrew system of science, while moreover it seems evident enough that the system itself was looked upon as of divine origin and of divine revelation. End quote. But let us see what is said by the opponents of Professor Piazzi Smythe's measurements of the pyramid. Mr. Petrie seems to deny them, and to have made short work altogether of Piazzi Smythe's calculations in their biblical connection. So does Mr. Proctor, the champion coincidentalist for many years past in every question of ancient arts and sciences, speaking of the multitude of relations independent of the pyramid,
which have turned up while the pyramidalists have been endeavoring to connect the pyramid with the solar system, these coincidences, he says, are altogether more curious than any coincidence between the pyramid and astronomical numbers. The former are as close and remarkable as they are real." That is, those coincidences that would remain if even the pyramid had no existence. The latter, which are only imaginary, have only been established by the process which schoolboys call fudging, and now new measures have left the work to be done all over again. Petrie's letter to the Academy, December 17, 1881. To this Mr. Staniland Wake justly observes in his work on the origin and significance of the Great Pyramid, London, 1882, "They must, however, have been more than mere coincidences if the builders of the pyramid had the astronomical knowledge displayed in its perfect orientation and in its other admitted astronomical features." They had it, and it is on this knowledge that the programme of the mysteries and of the series of initiations was based. Thence the construction of the pyramids, the everlasting record, and the indestructible symbol of these mysteries and initiations on earth, as the courses of the stars are in heaven. The cycle of initiation was a reproduction in miniature of that great series of cosmic changes to which astronomers have given the name of tropical or sidereal year. Just as, at the close of the cycle of the sidereal year, 25,868 years, the heavenly bodies return to the same relative positions as they occupied at its outset, so at the close of the cycle of initiation, the inner man has regained the pristine state of divine purity and knowledge from which he set out on his cycle of terrestrial incarnation. Moses, an initiate into the Egyptian mystagogy, based the religious mysteries of the new nation which he created upon the same abstract formula derived from this sidereal cycle, which he symbolized under the form and measurements of the tabernacle that he is supposed to have constructed in the wilderness. On these data, the later Jewish high priests constructed the allegory of Solomon's temple, a building which never had a real existence, any more than had King Solomon himself, who is simply and as much a solar myth as is the still later Hiram Abif of the Masons, as Ragon has well demonstrated. Thus, if the measurements of this allegorical temple, the symbol of the cycle of initiation, coincide with those of the Great Pyramid, it is due to the fact that the former were derived from the latter through the tabernacle of Moses. That our author has undeniably discovered one and even two of the keys is fully demonstrated in the work just quoted. One has but to read it to feel a growing conviction that the hidden meanings of the allegories and parables of both Testaments is now unveiled. But that he owes this discovery far more to his own genius than to Parker and Piazzi Smythe is as certain, if not more so. For, as just shown, whether the measures of the Great Pyramid taken and adopted as the correct ones by the biblical pyramidalists are beyond suspicion is not so sure. A proof of this is the work called The Pyramids and Temples of Gizeh by Mr. F. Petrie, besides other works written quite recently to oppose the said calculations, which were called biased. We gather that nearly every one of Piazzi Smythe's measurements differs from the later and more carefully made measurements of Mr. Petrie, who concludes the introduction to his work with this sentence, "As to the results of the whole investigation, perhaps many theories will agree with an American who was a warm believer in pyramid theories when he came to Gizeh. I had the pleasure of his company there for a couple of days, and at our last meal together he said to me in a saddened tone, 'Well, sir, I feel as if I had been to a funeral. By all means let the old theories have a decent burial, though we should take care that in our haste none of the wounded ones are buried alive.'" As regards the late J. Parker's calculation in general, and his third proposition especially, we have consulted some eminent mathematicians, and this is the substance of what they say. Parker's reasoning rests on sentimental rather than mathematical considerations, and is logically inconclusive. Proposition 3. namely that the circle is the natural basis or beginning of all area, and the square, being made so in mathematical science, is artificial and arbitrary, is an illustration of an arbitrary proposition, and cannot safely be relied upon in mathematical reasoning. The same observation applies even more strongly to Proposition 7, which states that because the circle is the primary shape in nature, and hence the basis of area, and because the circle is measured by and is equal to the square only in ratio of half its circumference by the radius, therefore circumference and radius, and not the square of diameter, are the only natural and legitimate elements of area, by which all regular shapes are made equal to the square and equal to the circle. Proposition 9 is a remarkable example of faulty reasoning, and it is the one on which Mr. Parker's quadrature mainly rests. Here it is. The circle and the equilateral triangle are opposite to one another in all the elements of their construction, and hence the fractional diameter of one circle, which is equal to the diameter of one square, is in the opposite duplicate ratio to the diameter of an equilateral triangle whose area is 1, etc., etc. Granting for the sake of argument that a triangle can be said to have a radius in the sense in which we speak of the radius of a circle, for what Parker calls the radius of the triangle is the radius of a circle inscribed in the triangle, and therefore not the radius of the triangle at all, and granting for the moment the other fanciful and mathematical propositions united in his premises, why must we conclude that if the triangle and circle are opposite in all the elements of their construction, the diameter of any defined circle is in the opposite duplicate ratio of the diameter of any given equivalent triangle? What necessary connection is there between the premises and the conclusion? The reasoning is of a kind not known in geometry, and would not be accepted by any strict mathematicians. End of section 2. Read by Sandra.
Section 3 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. The Mystery Language and Its Keys, Part 2. Whether the archaic esoteric system originated the British inch or not is of little consequence, however, to the strict and true metaphysician, nor does Mr. Ralston Skinner's esoteric reading of the Bible become incorrect merely because the measurements of the pyramid may not be found to agree with those of Solomon's Temple, the Ark of Noah, etc., or because Mr. Parker's quadrature of the circle is rejected by mathematicians. For Mr. Skinner's reading depends primarily on the Kabbalistic methods and the rabbinical value of the Hebrew letters. But it is extremely important to ascertain whether the measures used in the evolution of the symbolic religion of the Aryans, in the construction of their temples, in the figures given in the Puranas, and especially in their chronology, their astronomical symbols, the duration of the cycles and other computations, were or were not the same as those used in the biblical measurements and glyphs. For this will prove that the Jews, unless they took their sacred cubit and measurements from the Egyptians, Moses being an initiate of their priests, must have got those notions from India. At any rate, they passed them on to the early Christians. Hence it is the occultists and Kabbalists who are the true heirs to the knowledge or the secret wisdom, which is still found in the Bible, for they alone now understand its real meaning, whereas profane Jews and Christians cling to the husks and dead letter thereof, that it was this system of measures which led to the invention of the God names Elohim and Jehovah, and to their adaptation to phallicism, and that Jehovah is a not very flattering copy of Osiris, is now demonstrated by the author of the Source of Measures. But the latter and Mr. Piazzi Smythe both seem to labor under the impression that A, the priority of the system belongs to the Israelites, the Hebrew language being the divine language, and that B, this universal language, belongs to direct revelation. The latter hypothesis is correct only in the sense shown in the last paragraph of the preceding section. But we have yet to agree as to the nature and character of the divine revealer. The former hypothesis as to priority will for the profane, of course, depend on a. the internal and external evidence of the revelation, and b. on each scholar's individual preconceptions. This, however, cannot prevent either the theistic Kabbalist or the pantheistic occultist from believing each in his own way, neither of the two convincing the other. The data furnished by history are too meager and unsatisfactory for either of them to prove to the skeptic which of them is right. On the other hand, the proofs afforded by tradition are too constantly rejected for us to hope to settle the question in our present age. Meanwhile, materialistic science will be laughing at both Kabbalists and occultists indifferently. But the vexed question of priority once laid aside, science in its departments of philology and comparative religion will find itself finally taken to task and be compelled to admit the common claim. One by one the claims become admitted as one scientist after another is compelled to recognize the facts given out from the secret doctrine, though he rarely, if ever, recognizes that he has been anticipated in his statements. Thus, in the palmy days of Mr. Piazzi Smythe's authority on the Pyramid of Giza, his theory was that the porphyry sarcophagus of the King's Chamber was the unit measure for the two most enlightened nations of the earth, England and America, and was no better than a corn bin. This was vehemently denied by us in Isis Unveiled, which had just been published at that time. Then the New York press arose in arms, the Sun and the World newspapers chiefly, against our presuming to correct or find fault with such a star of learning. In that work we had said that Herodotus, when treating of that pyramid, quote, might have added that externally it symbolized the creative principle of nature, and illustrated also the principles of geometry, mathematics, astrology, and astronomy. Internally it was a majestic fane, in whose sombre recesses were performed the mysteries, and whose walls had often witnessed the initiation scenes of members of the royal family. The porphyry sarcophagus, which Professor Piazzi Smythe, Astronomer Royal of Scotland, degrades into a corn bin, was the baptismal font, upon emerging from which the neophyte was born again and became an adept. End quote. Our statement was laughed at in those days. We were accused of having got our ideas from the craze of Shaw, an English writer who had maintained that the sarcophagus had been used for the celebration of the mysteries of Osiris, although we had never heard of that writer. And now, 6 or 7 years later, 1882, this is what Mr. Staniland Wake writes, quote, the so-called King's Chamber, of which an enthusiastic pyramidist says, the polished walls, fine materials, grand proportions, and exalted place eloquently tell of glories yet to come, if not the chamber of perfections of Cheops's tomb, was probably the place to which the initiant was admitted after he had passed through the narrow upward passage and the grand gallery with its lowly termination, which gradually prepared him for the final stage of the sacred mysteries. End quote. Had Mr. Staniland Wake been a theosophist, he might have added that the narrow upward passage leading to the King's Chamber had a narrow gate indeed, the same strait gate which leadeth unto life, or the new spiritual rebirth alluded to by Jesus in Matthew, and that it was of this gate in the initiation temple that the writer who recorded the words alleged to have been spoken by an initiate was thinking. Thus the greatest scholars of science, instead of pooh-poohing that supposed farrago of absurd fiction and superstitions, as the Brahmanical literature is generally termed, will endeavor to learn the symbolical universal language, with its numerical and geometrical keys. But here again they will hardly be successful if they share the belief that the Jewish Kabbalistic system contains the key to the whole mystery, for it does not, nor does any other scripture at present possess it in its entirety, since even the Vedas are not complete. Every old religion is but a chapter or two of the entire volume of archaic primeval mysteries. Eastern occultism alone being able to boast that it is in possession of the full secret, with its 7 keys. Comparisons will be instituted, and as much as possible will be explained in this work. The rest is left to the student's personal intuition. In saying that Eastern occultism has the secret, it is not as if a complete or even an approximate knowledge was claimed by the writer, which would be absurd. What I know, I give out. That which I cannot explain, the student must find out for himself. But though we may suppose that the entire cycle of the universal mystery language will not be mastered for centuries to come, yet even the little which has hitherto been discovered in the Bible by some scholars is quite sufficient to demonstrate the claim mathematically. As Judaism availed itself of 2 keys out of the 7, and as these 2 keys have now been rediscovered, it becomes no longer a matter of individual speculation and hypothesis, least of all of coincidence, but one of a correct reading of the biblical texts, just as anyone acquainted with arithmetic reads and verifies an addition sum. In fact, all we have said in Isis Unveiled is now found corroborated in the Egyptian mystery, or the source of measures, by such readings of the Bible with the numerical and geometrical keys. A few years longer, and this system will kill the dead-letter reading of the Bible as it will that of all the other exoteric faiths, by showing the dogmas in their real naked meaning, and then this undeniable meaning, however incomplete, will unveil the mystery of being, and will, moreover, entirely change the modern scientific systems of anthropology, ethnology, and especially that of chronology. The element of phallicism found in every God name and narrative in the Old, and to some degree in the New Testament, may also in time considerably change modern materialistic views on biology and physiology. Divested of their modern repulsive crudeness, such views of nature and man will, on the authority of the celestial bodies and their mysteries, unveil the evolutions of the human mind, and show how natural was such a course of thought. So-called phallic symbols have become offensive only because of the element of materiality and animality in them. In the beginning such symbols were but natural, as they originated with the archaic races, which, issuing to their personal knowledge from an androgyn ancestry, were the first phenomenal manifestations in their own sight of the separation of the sexes and the ensuing mystery of creating in their turn. If later races, especially the chosen people, have degraded them, this does not affect the origin of the symbols. This little Semitic tribe, one of the smallest branchlets from the commingling of the 4th and 5th subraces, the Mongolo-Turanian and the so-called Indo-European, after the sinking of the great continent, could only accept its symbology in the spirit which was given to it by the nations from which it was derived. And perchance in the Mosaic beginnings the symbology was not so crude as it became later under the handling of Ezra, who remodeled the whole Pentateuch. To take an instance, the glyph of Pharaoh's daughter, the woman, the Nile, the great deep and water, and the baby boy found floating therein in the ark of rushes, was not primarily composed for or by Moses. It was anticipated in the fragments found on the Babylonian tiles in the story of King Sargon, who lived far earlier than Moses. In his Assyrian Antiquities, Mr. George Smith says, "In the palace of Sennacherib at Kuyunchik, I found another fragment of the curious history of Sargon, published in my translation in the Transactions of the Society of Biblical Archaeology. The capital of Sargon, the Babylonian Moses, was the great city of Agadi, called by the Semites Akkad, mentioned in Genesis as the capital of Nimrod. Akkad lay near the city of Sippara on the Euphrates and north of Babylon. Another strange coincidence is found in the fact that the name of the neighboring city of Sippara is the same as the name of the wife of Moses, Zipporah. Of course, the story is a clever addition by Ezra, who could not have been ignorant of the original. This curious story is found on fragments of tablets from Kuyunchik and reads as follows: 1. Sargina, the powerful king, the king of Akkad am I. 2. My mother was a princess. My father I did not know. A brother of my father ruled over the country. 3. In the city of Azupiranu which by the side of the river Euphrates is situated. 4. My mother, the princess, conceived me. In difficulty she brought me forth. 5. She placed me in an ark of rushes. With bitumen my exit she sealed up. 6. She launched me in the river which did not drown me. 7. The river carried me to Aki, the water carrier, it brought me. 8. Aki, the water carrier, in tenderness of bowels, lifted me. And now let us compare the Bible narrative in Exodus. Quote, And when she, Moses' mother, could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein, and she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. End quote. Mr. G. Smith then continues, quote, The story is supposed to have happened about 1600 BC, rather earlier than the supposed age of Moses, and as we know that the fame of Sargon reached Egypt, it is quite likely that this account had a connection with the events related in Exodus 2, for every action, when once performed, has a tendency to be repeated. End quote. But now that Professor Sayce has had the courage to push back the dates of the Chaldean and Assyrian kings by 2,000 years more, Sargon must have preceded Moses by 2,000 years at the least. The confession is suggestive, but the figures lack a cipher or two. Now, what is the logical inference? Most assuredly that which gives us the right to say that the story told of Moses by Ezra had been learned by him while at Babylon, and that he applied the allegory told of Sargon to the Jewish lawgiver. In short, that Exodus was never written by Moses, but was refabricated from old materials by Ezra. And if so, then why should not other symbols and glyphs, far more crude in their phallic element, have been added by this adept in the later Chaldean and Sabaean phallic worship? We are taught that the primeval faith of the Israelites was quite different from that which was developed centuries later by the Talmudists, and before them by David and Hezekiah. All this notwithstanding the exoteric element, as now found in the two Testaments, is quite sufficient to class the Bible among esoteric works, and to connect its secret system with Indian, Chaldean, and Egyptian symbolism. The whole cycle of biblical glyphs and numbers, as suggested by astronomical observations, astronomy and theology being closely connected, is found in Indian exoteric as well as esoteric systems. These figures and their symbols, the signs of the zodiac, the planets, their aspects and nodes, the last term having now passed even into our modern botany, are known in astronomy as sextiles, quartiles, and so on, and have been used for ages and aeons by the archaic nations, and in one sense have the same meaning as the Hebrew numerals. The earliest forms of elementary geometry must have certainly been suggested by the observation of the heavenly bodies and their groupings. Hence the most archaic symbols in Eastern esotericism are a circle, a point, a triangle, a square, a pentagon, and a hexagon, and other plane figures with various sides and angles. This shows the knowledge and use of geometrical symbology to be as old as the world. Starting from this, it becomes easy to understand how nature herself, even without the help of their divine instructors, could have taught primeval mankind the first principles of a numerical and geometrical symbol language. Hence we find numbers and figures used as an expression and a record of thought in every archaic symbolical scripture. They are ever the same, with certain variations only arising from the first figures. Thus the evolution and correlation of the mysteries of cosmos, of its growth and development, spiritual and physical, abstract and concrete, were first recorded in geometrical changes of shape. Every cosmogony began with a circle, a point, a triangle, and a square, up to number 9, when it was synthesized by the first line and a circle, the Pythagorean mystic decad, the sum of all, involving and expressing the mysteries of the entire cosmos. Mysteries recorded 100 times more fully in the Hindu system than elsewhere, for him who can understand its mystic language. The numbers 3 and 4 in their combination 7, and also 5, 6, 9, and 10 are the very cornerstones of occult cosmogonies. This decad and its 1,000 combinations are found in every portion of the globe. One recognizes it in the caves and rock-cut temples of Hindustan and Central Asia, in the pyramids and lithoi of Egypt and America, in the catacombs of Ozymandias, in the mounds of the snow-capped Caucasian fastnesses, in the ruins of Palenque, in Easter Island, everywhere whither the foot of ancient man has ever journeyed. The 3 and the 4, the triangle and the square, or the universal male and female glyphs, showing the first aspect of the evolving deity, are stamped forever in the Southern Cross in the heavens, as in the Egyptian crux ansata, as well expressed by the author of the Source of Measures. Quote, "The cube, unfolded, is in display a cross of the Tao, or Egyptian form, or of the Christian cross form. A circle attached to the first gives the ansated cross. Numbers 3 and 4 counted on the cross, showing a form of the Hebrew golden candlestick in the Holy of Holies, and of the 3 plus 4 equals 7, and 6 plus 1 equals 7 days in the circle of the week, as 7 lights of the sun. So also as the week of 7 lights gave origin to the month and year, so it is the time marker of birth, the cross form being shown then by the connected use of the form 113 to 355. The symbol is completed by the attachment of a man to the cross. This kind of measure was made to coordinate with the idea of the origin of human life, and hence the phallic form." End quote. The stanzas show the cross and these numbers playing a prominent part in archaic cosmogony. Meanwhile, we may profit by the evidence collected by the same author in the section which he rightly calls the primordial vestiges of these symbols, to show the identity of symbols and their esoteric meaning all over the globe. Quote, "Under the general view taken of the nature of the number forms, it becomes a matter of research of the utmost interest as to when and where their existence and their use first became known. Has it been a matter of revelation in what we know as the historic age, a cycle exceedingly modern when the age of the human race is contemplated? It seems, in fact, as to the date of its possession by man, to have been farther removed in the past from the old Egyptians than are the old Egyptians from us. The Easter Isles in mid-Pacific present the feature of the remaining peaks of the mountains of a submerged continent, for the reason that these peaks are thickly studded with cyclopean statues, remnants of the civilization of a dense and cultivated people, who must have, of necessity, occupied a widely extended area. On the backs of these images is to be found the ansated cross, and the same modified to the outlines of the human form. A full description, with plate showing the land with the thickly planted statues, also with copies of the images, is to be found in the January number 1870 of the London Builder. In the Naturalist, published at Salem, Massachusetts, in one of the early numbers, about 36, is to be found a description of some very ancient and curious carving on the crest walls of the mountains of South America, older by far, it is averred, than the races now living. The strangeness of these tracings is in that they exhibit the outlines of a man stretched out on a cross, by a series of drawings by which from the form of a man that of a cross springs, but so done that the cross may be taken as the man or the man as the cross. It is known that tradition among the Aztecs has handed down a very perfect account of the deluge. Baron Humboldt says that we are to look for the country of Aztlan, the original country of the Aztecs, as high up, at least, as the 42nd parallel north, whence journeying they at last arrived in the Vale of Mexico. In that vale the earthen mounds of the far north became the elegant stone pyramidal and other structures whose remains are now found. The correspondences between the Aztec remains and those of the Egyptians are well known. Atwater, from examination of hundreds of them, is convinced that they had a knowledge of astronomy. As to one of the most perfect of the pyramidal structures among the Aztecs, Humboldt gives a description to the following effect. Quote, "The The form of this pyramid of Papantla, which has 7 stories, is more tapering than any other monument of this kind yet discovered, but its height is not remarkable, being but 57 feet, its base but 25 feet on each side. However, it is remarkable on one account. It is built entirely of hewn stones of an extraordinary size and very beautifully shaped. 3 staircases lead to the top, the steps of which were decorated with hieroglyphical sculptures and small niches arranged with great symmetry. The number of these niches seemed to allude to the 318 simple and compound signs of the days of their civil calendar. 318 is the Gnostic value of Christ, and the famous number of the trained or circumcised servants of Abraham. When it is considered that 318 is an abstract value and universal, as expressive of a diameter value to a circumference of unity, its use in the composition of a civil calendar becomes manifest. Identical glyphs, numbers, and esoteric symbols are found in Egypt, Peru, Mexico, Easter Island, India, Chaldea, and Central Asia. Crucified men and symbols of the evolution of races from gods, and yet behold science repudiating the idea of a human race other than one made in our image, theology clinging to its 6,000 years of creation, anthropology teaching our descent from the ape, and the clergy tracing it from Adam 4,004 years BC. Shall one, for fear of incurring the penalty of being called a superstitious fool and even a liar, abstain from furnishing proofs as good as any existent, only because that day when all the 7 keys shall be delivered unto science, or rather the men of learning and research in the department of symbology, has not yet dawned? In the face of the crushing discoveries of geology and anthropology with regard to the antiquity of man, shall we, in order to avoid the usual penalty that awaits everyone who strays outside the beaten paths of either theology or materialism, hold to the 6,000 years and special creation, or accept in submissive admiration our genealogy and descent from the ape? Not so, as long as it is known that the secret records hold the said 7 keys to the mystery of the genesis of man. Faulty, materialistic, and biased as the scientific theories may be, they are 1,000 times nearer the truth than the vagaries of theology. The latter are in their death agony for every one but the most uncompromising bigot and fanatic, or rather some of its defenders must have lost their reason, for what can one think when, in face of the dead-letter absurdities of the Bible, these are still publicly supported, and as fiercely as ever, and one finds theologians maintaining that though, quote, the Scriptures carefully refrain from making any direct contribution to scientific knowledge, they have never stumbled upon any statement which will not abide the light of advancing science, end quote. Hence we have no choice but either to blindly accept the deductions of science, or to cut ourselves adrift from it, and withstand it fearlessly to its face, stating what the secret doctrine teaches us, and being fully prepared to bear the consequences. But let us see whether science in its materialistic speculations, and even theology in its death rattle and supreme struggle to reconcile the 6,000 years since Adam with Sir Charles Lyell's geological evidences of the antiquity of man, do not themselves unconsciously give us a helping hand. Ethnology, on the confession of some of its most learned votaries, finds it already impossible to account for the varieties in the human race unless the hypothesis of the creation of several Adams be accepted. They speak of a white Adam and a black Adam and a red Adam and a yellow Adam. Were they Hindus, enumerating the rebirths of Vamadeva from the Linga Purana, they could say little more. For enumerating the repeated births of Shiva, they show him in one kalpa of a white complexion, in another of a black color, in still another of a red color, after which the Kamara becomes 4 youths of a yellow color. This strange coincidence, as Mr. Proctor would say, speaks only in favor of scientific intuition, as Shiva Kumara simply represents allegorically the human races during the genesis of man. But it has led to another intuitional phenomenon in the theological ranks this time. The unknown author of Primeval Man, in a desperate effort to screen the divine revelation from the merciless and eloquent discoveries of geology and anthropology, remarking that, quote, It would be unfortunate if the defenders of the Bible should be driven into the position of either surrendering the inspiration of Scripture or denying the conclusions of geologists," finds a compromise. Nay, he devotes a thick volume to proving this fact. "Adam was not the first man created upon this earth. The exhumed relics of pre-Adamic man, instead of shaking our confidence in Scripture, supply additional proof of its veracity." How so? In the simplest way imaginable, for the author argues that henceforth, "we, the clergy, are enabled to leave scientific men to pursue their studies without attempting to coerce them by the fear of heresy." This must be a relief indeed to Messrs. Huxley, Tyndall, and Sir Charles Lyell. "The Bible narrative does not commence with creation, as is commonly supposed, but with the formation of Adam and Eve, millions of years after our planet had been created. Its previous history, so far as Scripture is concerned, is yet unwritten. There may have been not one, but 20 different races upon the earth before the time of Adam, just as there may be 20 different races of men on other worlds." Who, then, or what were those races, since the author still maintains that Adam is the first man of our race? It was the satanic race and races. "Satan was never in heaven, angels and men being one species. It was the pre-Adamic race of angels that sinned. Satan was the first prince of this world," we read. "Having died in consequence of his rebellion, he remained on earth as a disembodied spirit and tempted Adam and Eve." The earlier ages of the satanic race, and more especially during the lifetime of Satan, may have been a period of patriarchal civilization and comparative repose, a time of Tubal Cains and Jubals, when both sciences and arts attempted to strike their roots into the accursed ground. What a subject for an epic! There are inevitable incidents which must have occurred. We see before us the gay primeval lover wooing his blushing bride at dewy eve under the Danish oaks, that then grew where now no oaks will grow, the grey primeval patriarch, the primeval offspring innocently gambolling by his side. 1,000 such pictures rise before us." The retrospective glance at this satanic blushing bride in the days of Satan's innocence does not lose in poetry as it gains in originality. Quite the reverse. The modern Christian bride, who does not often blush nowadays before her gay modern lovers, might even derive a moral lesson from this daughter of Satan, created in the exuberant fancy of her first human biographer. These pictures, and to appreciate them at their true value, they must be examined in the volume that describes them, are all suggested with a view to reconcile the infallibility of revealed Scripture with Sir Charles Lyell's Antiquity of Man, and other damaging scientific works. But this does not prevent truth and fact appearing at the foundation of these vagaries, which the author has not dared to sign with his own or even a borrowed name. For his pre-Adamic races, not satanic but simply Atlantean, and the hermaphrodites before the latter, are mentioned in the Bible, if read esoterically, as they are in the Secret Doctrine. The 7 keys open the mysteries, past and future, of the 7 great root races, and of the 7 kalpas. Though the genesis of man, and even the geology of esotericism, will certainly be rejected by science, just as much as the satanic and pre-Adamic races, yet if the scientists, having no other way out of their difficulties, are compelled to choose between the two, we feel certain that, Scripture notwithstanding, once the mystery language is approximately mastered, it is the archaic teaching that will be accepted. End of Chapter 2, Part 2, read by Sandra.
Section 4 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kirk Ziegler. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. Section 3, Primordial Substance and Divine Thought, Part 1. As it would seem irrational to affirm that we already know all existing causes, permission must be given to assume, if need be, an entirely new agent. Assuming, what is not strictly accurate as yet, that the undulatory hypothesis accounts for all the facts, we are called on to decide whether the existence of an undulating ether is thereby proved. We cannot positively affirm that no other supposition will explain the facts. Newton's corpuscular hypothesis is admitted to have broken down on interference, and there is at the present day no rival. Still, it is extremely desirable in all such hypotheses to find some collateral confirmation, some evidence of aliundi, of the supposed ether. Some hypotheses consist of assumptions as to the minute structure and operations of bodies. From the nature of the case, these assumptions can never be proved by direct means. Their only merit is their suitability to express the phenomena. They are representative fictions. Logic by Alexander Bain, LL.D., Part 2, page 133. Ether, this hypothetical Proteus, one of the representative fictions of modern science, which nevertheless was so long accepted, is one of the lower principles of what we call primordial substance, Akasha in Sanskrit, one of the dreams of old, which has now again become the dream of modern science. It is the greatest, as it is the boldest, of the surviving speculations of ancient philosophers. For the occultists, however, both ether and the primordial substance are realities. To put it plainly, ether is the astral light, and the primordial substance is Akasha, the upadai of divine thought. In modern language, the latter would be better named cosmic ideation, spirit. The former, cosmic substance, matter. These, the alpha and the omega of being, are but the two facets of the one absolute existence. The latter was never addressed, or even mentioned, by any name in antiquity, except in allegory. In the oldest Aryan race, the Hindu, the worship of the intellectual classes at no time ever consisted in an adoration of marvelous form and art, however fervent, as with the Greeks. An adoration which led later to anthropomorphism. But while the Greek philosopher adored form, the Hindu sage alone perceived the true relation of earthly beauty and eternal truth. The uneducated of every nation understood neither, at any time. They do not understand it even now. The evolution of the God idea proceeds apace with man's own intellectual evolution. So true is it that the noblest ideal to which the religious spirit of one age can soar will appear but a gross caricature to the philosophic mind in a succeeding epoch. The philosophers themselves had to be initiated into perceptive mysteries before they could grasp the correct idea of the ancients in relation to this most metaphysical subject. Otherwise, outside such initiation, for every thinker there will be a "thus far thou shalt go and no further" mapped out by his intellectual capacity, as clearly and as unmistakably as there is one for the progress of any nation or race in its cycle by the law of karma. Outside of initiation, the ideals of contemporary religious thought must always have their wings clipped, and remain unable to soar higher. For idealistic, as well as realistic, thinkers, and even free thinkers, are but the outcome and the natural product of their respective environments and periods. The ideals of each are but the necessary results of their temperaments, and the outcome of that phase of intellectual progress to which a nation, in its collectivity, has attained. Hence, as already remarked, the highest flights of modern Western metaphysics have fallen far short of the truth. Much of current agnostic speculation on the existence of the first cause is little better than veiled materialism, the terminology alone being different. Even so great a thinker as Mr. Herbert Spencer speaks of the unknowable occasionally in terms that demonstrate the lethal influence of materialistic thought, which, like the deadly sirocco, has withered and blighted all current ontological speculation. For instance, when he terms the first cause, the unknowable, a power manifesting through phenomena, and an infinite eternal energy, it is clear that he has grasped solely the physical aspect of the mystery of being, the energies of cosmic substance only. The co-eternal aspect of the one reality, cosmic ideation, is absolutely omitted from consideration, and as to its noumenon, it seems non-existent in the mind of the great thinker. Without doubt, this one-sided mode of dealing with the problem is due largely to the pernicious Western practice of subordinating consciousness to matter, or regarding it as a byproduct of molecular motion. From the early stages of the fourth race, when spirit alone was worshipped and the mystery was made manifest, down to the last palmy days of Grecian art, at the dawn of Christianity, the Hellenists alone had dared publicly to raise an altar to the unknown God. Whatever St. Paul may have had in his profound mind, when declaring to the Athenians that this unknown which they ignorantly worshipped was the true God announced by himself, that deity was not Jehovah, nor was he the maker of the world of all things. For it is not the God of Israel, but the unknown of the ancient and modern pantheist that dwelleth not in temples made with hands. Divine thought cannot be defined, nor can its meaning be explained, except by the numberless manifestations of cosmic substance, in which the former is sensed spiritually by those who can do so. To say this, after having defined it as the unknown deity, abstract, impersonal, sexless, which must be placed at the root of every cosmogony and its subsequent evolution, is equivalent to saying nothing at all. It is like attempting a transcendental equation of conditions, having in hand for deducing the true value of its terms only a number of unknown quantities. Its place is found in the old primitive symbolic charts, in which, as already shown, it is represented by a boundless darkness, on the ground of which appears the first central point in white, thus symbolizing coeval and coeternal spirit matter making its appearance in the phenomenal world before its differentiation. When the one becomes two, it may then be referred to as spirit and matter. To spirit is referable every manifestation of consciousness, reflective or direct, and of unconscious purposiveness, to adopt a modern expression used in Western philosophy, so-called, as evidenced in the vital principle, and nature's submission to the majestic sequence of immutable law. Matter must be regarded as objectivity in its purest abstraction, the self-existing basis, whose septenary manvataric differentiations constitute the objective reality underlying the phenomena of each phase of conscious existence. During the period of universal pralaya, cosmic ideation is non-existent, and the variously differentiated states of cosmic substance are resolved back again into the primary state of abstract potential objectivity. Manvantaric impulse commences with the reawakening of cosmic ideation, the universal mind, concurrently with and parallel to the primary emergence of cosmic substance, the latter being the manvantaric vehicle of the former, from its undifferentiated pralaic state. Then, absolute wisdom mirrors itself in its ideation, which, by a transcendental process, superior to and incomprehensible by human consciousness, results in cosmic energy Fohat. thrilling through the bosom of inert substance, Fohat impels it to activity, and guides its primary differentiations on all the 7 planes of cosmic consciousness. There are thus 7 protiles, as they are now called, whereas Aryan antiquity named them the 7 prakritis, or natures, serving severally as the relatively homogeneous bases, which in the course of increasing heterogeneity in the evolution of the universe, differentiate into the marvelous complexity presented by phenomena on the planes of perception. The term relatively is used designedly, because the very existence of such a process, resulting in the primary segregations of undifferentiated cosmic substance into its septenary basis of evolution, compels us to regard the protile of each plane as only a mediate phase assumed by substance in its passage from abstract into full objectivity. The term protile is due to Mr. Crookes, the eminent chemist, who has given that name to prematter, if one may so call primordial and purely homogeneous substance, suspected, if not actually yet found by science in the ultimate composition of the atom. But the incipient segregation of primordial matter into atoms and molecules takes its rise subsequent to the evolution of our 7 protiles. It is the last of these that Mr. Crookes is in search of, having recently detected the possibility of its existence on our plane. Cosmic ideation is said to be non-existent during prolaic periods, for the simple reason that there is no one, and nothing, to perceive its effects. There can be no manifestation of consciousness, semi-consciousness, or even unconscious purposiveness, except through a vehicle of matter. That is to say, on this our plane, wherein human consciousness, in its normal state, cannot soar beyond what is known as transcendental metaphysics. It is only through some molecular aggregation or fabric that spirit wells up in a stream of individual or subconscious subjectivity. And as matter existing apart from perception is a mere abstraction, both of these aspects of the Absolute, cosmic substance and cosmic ideation, are mutually interdependent. In strict accuracy, to avoid confusion and misconception, the term matter ought to be applied to the aggregate of objects of possible perception, and the term substance to noumena. For inasmuch as the phenomena of our plane are the creations of the perceiving ego, the modifications of its own subjectivity, all the states of matter representing the aggregate of perceived objects can have but a relative and purely phenomenal existence for the children of our plane. As the modern idealists would say, the cooperation of subject and object results in the sense-object, or phenomenon. But this does not necessarily lead to the conclusion that it is the same on all other planes, that the cooperation of the two, on the planes of their septenary differentiation, results in a septenary aggregate of phenomena which are likewise non-existent per se, though concrete realities for the entities of whose experience they form a part, in the same manner as the rocks and rivers around us are real from the standpoint of a physicist, though unreal illusions of sense from that of the metaphysician. It would be an error to say, or even conceive, such a thing. From the standpoint of the highest metaphysics, the whole universe, gods included, is an illusion, Maya. But the illusion of him who is in himself an illusion differs on every plane of consciousness, and we have no more right to dogmatize about the possible nature of the perceptive faculties of an ego on, say, the 6th plane, than we have to identify our perceptions with, or make them a standard for those of an ant, in its mode of consciousness. Cosmic ideation focused in a principle, or upati, basis, results as the consciousness of the individual ego. Its manifestation varies with the degree of upati, For instance, through that known as manas, it wells up as mind consciousness. Through the more finely differentiated fabric, sixth state of matter, of buddhi, resting on the experience of manas as its basis, as a stream of spiritual intuition. The pure object apart from consciousness is unknown to us, while living on the plane of our three-dimensional world, for we know only the mental states it excites in the perceiving ego. And, so long as the contrast of subject and object endures, to wit, so long as we enjoy our five senses and no more, and do not know how to divorce our all-perceiving ego from the thraldom of these senses, so long will it be impossible for the personal ego to break through the barrier which separates it from a knowledge of things in themselves, or substance. That ego, progressing in an arc of ascending subjectivity, must exhaust the experience of every plane. But not till the unit is merged in the all, whether on this or any other plane, and subject and object alike vanish in the absolute negation of the nirvanic state. Negation, again, only from our plane, not until then, is scaled that peak of omniscience, the knowledge of things in themselves, and the solution of the yet more awful riddle approached, before which even the highest Dhyan Kohan must bow in silence and ignorance, the unspeakable mystery of that which is called by the Vedantins Para-Brahman. Therefore, such being the case, all those who have sought to give a name to the incognizable principle have simply degraded it. Even to speak of cosmic ideation, save in its phenomenal aspect, is like trying to bottle up primordial chaos, or to put a printed label on eternity. What, then, is the primordial substance, that mysterious object of which alchemy was ever talking, and which was the subject of philosophical speculation in every age? What can it be finally, even in its phenomenal predifferentiation? Even that is the all of manifested nature, and nothing to our senses. It is mentioned under various names in every cosmogony, referred to in every philosophy, and shown to be, to this day, the ever grasp-eluding Proteus in nature. We touch and do not feel it. We look at it without seeing it. We breathe it and do not perceive it. We hear and smell it without the smallest cognition that it is there, for it is in every molecule of that which, in our illusion and ignorance, we regard as matter in any of its states, or conceive as a feeling, a thought, an emotion. In short, it is the upadai, or vehicle of every possible phenomenon, whether physical, mental, or psychic. In the opening sentences of Genesis, and in the Chaldean cosmogony, in the Puranas of India, and in the Book of the Dead of Egypt, everywhere it opens the cycle of manifestation. It is termed chaos, and the face of the waters, incubated by the Spirit, proceeding from the unknown, whatever that Spirit's name may be. The authors of the sacred scriptures in India go deeper into the origin of the evolution of things than does Thales or Job, for they say, from intelligence, called Mahat in the Puranas, associated with ignorance, Ishvara, as a personal deity, attended by its projective power, in which the quality of dullness, tamas, insensibility, predominates, proceeds ether. From ether, air, from air, heat, from heat, water, and from water, earth with everything on it. From this same self was the ether produced, says the Veda. It thus becomes evident that it is not this ether, sprung at the fourth remove from an emanation of intelligence associated with ignorance, which is the high principle, the deific entity worshipped by the Greeks and Latins under the name of Pater Omnipotens Ether, and Magnus Ether, in its collective aggregate. The septenary gradation and the innumerable subdivisions and differences made by the ancients between the powers of ether collectively, from its outward fringe of effects, with which our science is so familiar, up to the imponderable substance, once admitted as the ether of space, but now about to be rejected, have been ever a vexing riddle for every branch of knowledge. The mythologists and symbologists of our day, confused by this incomprehensible glorification on the one hand, and degradation on the other, of the same deified entity and in the same religious systems, are often driven to the most ludicrous mistakes. The Church, firm as a rock in each and all of her early errors of interpretation, has made of ether the abode of her satanic legions. The whole hierarchy of the fallen angels is there. Cosmocratores, the world-bearers, according to Bossuet, mundi tenientes, the world-holders, as Tertullian calls them, mundi domini, world dominations, or rather dominators, the curbati, or curved, etc., thus making of the stars and celestial orbs in their courses devils. For it is thus that the Church has interpreted the verse, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world." Further, St. Paul mentions the spiritual malices, wickedness in English texts, in the air, spiritualia nequita colestibus. The Latin text giving various names to these malices, the innocent elementals. But the Church is right this time, though wrong in calling them all devils. The astral light, or lower ether, is full of conscious, semi-conscious, and unconscious entities. Only the Church has less power over them than over invisible microbes or mosquitoes. The difference made between the 7 states of ether, itself one of the 7 cosmic principles, whereas the ether of the ancients is universal fire, may be seen in the injunctions by Zoroaster and Celos, respectively. The former said, "Consult it only when it is without form or figure, absque forma et figura," which means without flames or burning coals. When it has a form, heed it not, teaches Celos, but when it is formless, obey it, for it is then sacred fire, and all it will reveal thee shall be true. This proves that ether itself is an aspect of Akasha, has in its turn several aspects or principles. All the ancient nations defied ether in its imponderable aspect and potency. Virgil calls Jupiter Pater Omnipotens Ether, and the Great Ether. The Hindus have also placed it among their deities, under the name of Akasha, the synthesis of ether. And the author of the Homoerean system of philosophy, Anaxagoras of Clazomena, firmly believed that the spiritual prototypes of all things, as well as their elements, were to be found in the boundless ether, where they were generated, whence they evolved, and whither they returned, an occult teaching. It thus becomes clear that it is from ether, in its highest synthetic aspect, once anthropomorphized, that sprang the first idea of a personal deity. With the philosophical Hindus the elements are tamasa, i.e., unlightened by intellect, which they obscure. We now have to exhaust the question of the mystical meaning of primordial chaos and of the root principle, and show how they were connected in the ancient philosophies with Akasha, incorrectly translated ether, and also with Maya, illusion, of which Ishvara is the male aspect. We shall speak further on of the intelligent principle, or rather of the invisible immaterial properties, in the visible and material elements that sprang from the primordial chaos. For what is the primordial chaos but ether? It is asked, in Isis Unveiled. Not the modern ether, not such as is recognized now, but such as was known to the ancient philosophers long before the time of Moses. Ether, with all its mysterious and occult properties, containing in itself the germs of universal creation. The upper ether, or Akasha, is the celestial virgin and mother of every existing form and being, from whose bosom, as soon as incubated by the divine spirit, are called into existence matter and life, force and action. Ether is the deity of the Hindus, and it is Akasha. Electricity, magnetism, heat, light, and chemical action are so little understood even now, that fresh facts are constantly widening the range of our knowledge. Who knows where ends the power of this protean giant, ether, or whence its mysterious origin? Who, we mean, that denies the spirit that works in it, and evolves out of all visible forms? It will be an easy task to show that the cosmogonical legends all over the world are based on a knowledge among the ancients of those sciences, which have, in our days, allied themselves in support of the doctrine of evolution, and that further research may demonstrate that these ancients were far better acquainted with the fact of evolution itself, embracing both its physical and spiritual aspects, than we are now. With the old philosophers, evolution was a universal theorem, a doctrine embracing the whole, and an established principle. Whereas our modern evolutionists are enabled to present us merely with speculative theoretics, with particular, if not wholly negative theorems. It is idle for the representatives of our modern wisdom to close the debate and pretend that the question is settled, merely because the obscure phraseology of the Mosaic account clashes with a definite exegesis of exact science. End of section 4. Section 5 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kirk Ziegler. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. Section 3, Primordial Substance and Divine Thought, Part 2. If we turn to the Ordinance of Manu, we find the prototype of all these ideas. Mostly lost to the Western world in their original form, disfigured by later interpolations and additions, they have, nevertheless, preserved quite enough of their ancient spirit to show its character. Removing the darkness, the self-existent Lord, Vishnu, Narayana, etc., became manifest, and, wishing to produce beings from his essence, created in the beginning water alone. In that he cast seed. That became a golden egg. Whence this self-existent Lord? It is called this, and is spoken of as darkness, imperceptible, without definite qualities, undiscoverable, unknowable, as if wholly in sleep. Having dwelt in that egg for a whole divine year, he, who is called in the world Brahma, splits that egg in two, and from the upper portion he forms the heaven, from the lower the earth, and from the middle the sky and the perpetual place of waters. Directly following these verses, however, there is something more important for us, as it entirely corroborates our esoteric teachings. From verse 14 to 36, evolution is given in the order described in the esoteric philosophy. This cannot be easily gainsaid. Even Medahati, the son of Viravasmin, and the author of the commentary, the Manu Bahasa, whose date, according to the Western Orientalists, is 1000 A.D., helps us with his remarks to the elucidation of the truth. He shows himself either unwilling to give out more, because he knew what had to be kept from the profane, or else he was really puzzled. Still, what he does give out makes the septenary principle in man and nature plain enough. Let us begin with Chapter 1 of the Ordinances, or Laws, after the self-existent Lord, the unmanifesting Logos of the unknown darkness, becomes manifested in the golden egg. It is from this egg, from 11, that which is the undiscrete, undifferentiated cause, eternal, which is and is not, from it issued that male who is called in the world Brahma. Here, as in all genuine philosophical systems, we find even the egg, or circle, or zero, boundless infinity, referred to as it, and Brahma, the first unit only, referred to as the male God, i.e., the fructifying principle. It is circle split by vertical line, or 10, the decad. On the plane of the septenary, or our world only, it is called Brahma. On that of the unified decad, in the realm of reality, this male Brahma is an illusion. 14. From self-atmana he created mind, which is and is not, and from mind egoism, self-consciousness, A, the ruler, B, the Lord. A. The mind is manas. Medhatati, the commentator, justly observes here that it is the reverse of this, and shows already interpolation and rearranging, for it is manas that springs from amkara, or universal self-consciousness, as manas in the microcosm springs from mahat, or mahabuddhi, buddhi in man. For manas is dual, as shown and translated by Colebrook. Mind, serving for both sense and action, is an organ by affinity, being cognate with the rest. The rest here meaning that manas, our fifth principle, the fifth because the body was named the first, which is the reverse of the true philosophical order, is in affinity both with Atma Buddhi and with the lower four principles. Hence our teaching, namely that manas follows Atma Buddhi to devachan, and that the lower manas, that is to say, the dregs or residue of manas, remains with Kamarupa in limbus, or Kamaloka, the abode of the shells. B. Medhatati translates as the one conscious of the I, or ego, not the ruler, as do the Orientalists. Thus they also translate the following shloka. 16. He also, having made the subtle parts of those six, the great self and the five organs of sense, of unmeasured brightness, to enter into the elements of self, Atma Atrasu, created all beings. When according to Medhati, it ought to read Matrubihi instead of Atmamatrasu. He having pervaded the subtle parts of those six, of unmeasured brightness, by elements of self, created all beings. The latter reading must be the correct one, since he, the self, is what we call Atma, and thus constitutes the seventh principle, the synthesis of the six. Such is also the opinion of the editor of the Manava Dharma Shastra, who seems to have intuitionally entered far deeper into the spirit of the philosophy than has the translator, the late Dr. Burnell. For he hesitates a little between the text of Kaluka Bhatta and the commentary of Medhatati, rejecting the Tanmatra, or subtle elements, and the Atamamatra of Kulka Bhatta, he says, applying the principles to the cosmic self. The six appear rather to be the manas plus the five principles of ether, air, fire, water, earth, having united five portions of those six with the spiritual element, the seventh. He thus created all existing things. Atmamatra is therefore the spiritual atom as opposed to the elementary, not reflexive elements of himself. Thus he corrects the translation of verse 17. As the subtle elements of bodily forms of this one depend on these six, so the wise call his form sharira. And he adds that elements mean here portions or parts or principles, which reading is borne out by verse 19, which says, "This non-eternal universe arises then from the eternal, by means of the subtle elements of forms of those seven very glorious principles, Purusha." Commenting upon which emendation of Metahati, the editor remarks, "The five elements plus mind, manas, and self-consciousness, ahamkara, are probably meant subtle elements, as before, meaning fine portions of form or principles." Verse 20 shows this, when saying of these five elements, or fine portions of form, rupa plus manas and self-consciousness, that they constitute the seven purusha, or principles, called in the Puranas the seven prakritis. Moreover, these five elements, or five portions, are spoken of in verse 27 as those which are called the atomic destructible portions, and which are, therefore, distinct from the atoms of Nyaya. This creative Brahma, issuing from the mundane or golden egg, unites in himself both the male and female principles. He is, in short, the same as all the creative protologoi. Of Brahma, however, it could not be said, as of Dionysus, Karato wanamdisi wanambakstri dionanek deroninata didonkrityon derodivimason, a lunar Jehovah, Bacchus truly, with David dancing nude before his symbol in the ark, because no licentious Dionysia were ever established in his name and honor. All such public worship was exoteric, and the great universal symbols were distorted universally, as those of Krishna are now by the Vallabhacharya's of Bombay, the followers of the infant god. But are these popular gods the true deity? Are they the apex and synthesis of the sevenfold creation, man included? Impossible! Each and all are one of the rungs of that septenary ladder of divine consciousness, pagan as Christian. Ein Sof is said to manifest through the seven letters of the name of Jehovah, who, having usurped the place of the unknown limitless, was given by his devotees his seven angels of the presence, his seven principles. But indeed, they are mentioned in almost every school. In the pure Sankhya philosophy Mahat, Ahamkara and the five Tanmatras are called the seven Prakritis, or natures, and are counted from Mahabhuti, or Mahat, down to earth. Nevertheless, however disfigured by Ezra for rabbinical purposes is the original Elohistic version, however repulsive at times is even the esoteric meaning in the Hebrew scrolls, far more so indeed than its outward veil or cloaking may be, once the Jehovistic portions are eliminated, the Mosaic books are found full of purely occult and priceless knowledge, especially in the first 6 chapters. Read by the aid of the Kabbalah, one finds a matchless temple of occult truths, a well of deeply concealed beauty, hidden under a structure, the visible architecture of which, notwithstanding its apparent symmetry, is unable to stand the criticism of cold reason, or to reveal the age of its hidden truth, for it belongs to all the ages. There is more wisdom concealed under the esoteric fables of the Puranas and Bible than in all the exoteric facts and science in the literature of the world, and more occult true science than there is of exact knowledge in all the academies. Or in a plainer, stronger language, there is as much esoteric wisdom in some portions of the exoteric Puranas and Pentateuch as there is of nonsense and of designedly childish fancy, when read only in the dead letter and murderous interpretations of the great dogmatic religions, and especially of their sects. Let any one read the first verses of Genesis and reflect upon them. There, God commands another God, who does his bidding, even in the cautious English Protestant Authorized Translation of King James I. In the beginning, the Hebrew language having no word to express the idea of eternity, God fashions the heaven and the earth, and the latter is without form and void, while the former is in fact not heaven, but the deep chaos, with darkness upon its face. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, or the great deep of the infinite space, and this Spirit is Narayana, or Vishnu. And God said, Let there be a firmament. And God, the second, obeyed and made the firmament. And God said, Let there be light. And there was light. Now the latter does not mean light at all, but as in the Kabbalah, the androgyny Adam Kadmon, or Sephra, spiritual light, for they are one. Or according to the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the secondary angels, the first being the Elohim, who are the aggregate of that fashioning, God. For to whom are those words of command addressed? And who is it who commands? That which commands is the eternal law, and he who obeys the Elohim, the known quantity acting in and with X, or the coefficient of the unknown quantity, the forces of the one force. All this is occultism, and is found in the archaic stanzas. It is perfectly immaterial whether we call these forces the Dayan Kohans or the Alpanim as Ezekiel does. The one universal light, which to man is darkness, is ever existent, says the Chaldean Book of Numbers. From it proceeds periodically the energy, which is reflected in the deep, or chaos, the storehouse of future worlds, and, once awakened, stirs up and fructifies the latent forces, which are the ever-present eternal potentialities in it. Then awake anew the Brahmas and Buddhas, the co-eternal forces, and a new universe springs into being. In the Sefer Yetzirah, the Kabbalistic book of creation, the author has evidently repeated the words of Manu. In it, the divine substance is represented as having alone existed from the eternity, boundless and absolute, and as having emitted from itself the Spirit. One is the Spirit of the living God, blessed be its name, which liveth forever. Voice, Spirit, and Word, this is the Holy Spirit. And this is the Kabbalistic abstract Trinity, so unceremoniously anthropomorphized by the Christian Fathers. From this triple one emanated the whole cosmos. First from one emanated number two, or air, the Father, the creative element, and then number three, water, the Mother, proceeded from air. Ether or fire completes the mystic four, the Arbawal. When the concealed of the concealed wanted to reveal himself, he first made a point, the primordial point, or the first Sephra, air, or Holy Ghost, shaped into a sacred form, the 10 Sephiroth, or the heavenly man, and covered it with a rich and splendid garment. That is the world. He maketh the wind his messengers, flaming fire his servants, says the Yetzirah, showing the cosmical character of the latter eumerized elements, and that spirit permeates every atom in cosmos. Paul calls the invisible cosmic beings the elements. But now the elements are degraded into, and limited to, atoms of which nothing is known so far, and which are only children of necessity, as is ether also. As we said in Isis Unveiled, the poor primordial elements have long been exiled, and our ambitious physicists run races to determine who shall add one more to the fledgling brood of the 60 and odd elementary substances. Meanwhile there rages a war in modern chemistry about terms. We are denied the right to call these substances chemical elements, for these are not primordial principles of self-existing essences, out of which the universe was fashioned, according to Plato. Such ideas associated with the word element were good enough for the old Greek philosophy, but modern science rejects them. For as Mr. William Crookes says, they are unfortunate terms, and experimental science will have nothing to do with any kind of essences except those which it can see, smell, or taste. It leaves others to the metaphysicians. We must feel grateful even for so much. This primordial substance is called by some chaos. Plato and the Pythagoreans named it the soul of the world, after it had been impregnated by the spirit of that which broods over the primeval waters, or chaos. It is by being reflected in it, say the Kabbalists, that the brooding principle created the phantasmagoria of a visible, manifested universe. Chaos before, ether after this reflection, is still the deity that pervades space and all things. It is the invisible, imponderable spirit of things, and the invisible, but only too tangible, fluid that radiates from the fingers of the healthy magnetizer, for it is vital electricity, life itself. Called in derision by the Marquis de Mireville, the nebulous Almighty, it is to this day termed by the theurgists and occultists the living fire, and there is not a Hindu who practices at dawn a certain kind of meditation but knows its effects. It is the spirit of light and Magnus. As truly expressed by an opponent, Magus and Magnus are two branches growing from the same trunk, and shooting forth the same resultants. And in this appellation of living fire, we may also discover the meaning of the puzzling sentence in the Zend Avesta, "There is a fire that gives knowledge of the future, science and amiable speech." That is to say, which develops an extraordinary eloquence in the Sibyl, the sensitive, and even some orators. Writing upon this subject, in Isis Unveiled, we said, "The chaos of the ancients, the Zoroastrian sacred fire, or the Atash Beram of the Pharisees, the Hermes fire, the Elms fire of the ancient Germans, the lightning of Cybele, the burning torch of Apollo, the flame on the altar of Pan, the indistinguishable fire in the temple of the Acropolis and in that of Vesta, the fire flame of Pluto's helm, the brilliant sparks on the caps of the Dioscuri, on the Gorgon's head, the helm of Pallas, and the staff of Mercury, the Egyptian Ta-Ra, the Grecian Zeus Catabates, the descending of Pausanias, the Pentecostal fire tongues, the burning bush of Moses, the pillar of fire of Exodus, and the burning lamp of Abram, the eternal fire of the bottomless pit, the Delphic oracular vapors, the sidereal light of the Rosicrucians, the Akasha of the Hindu adepts, the astral light of Eliphas Levi, the nerve aura and the fluid of magnetists, the odd of Rickenbach, the psychod and ignetic force of Thury, the psychic force of Sergeant Cox, and the atmospheric magnetism of some naturalists, galvanism, and finally electricity. All of these are but various names for many different manifestations or effects of the same mysterious, all-pervading cause, the Greek archeus. We now add, it is all this and much more. This fire is spoken of in all the Hindu sacred books, as also in the Kabbalistic works. The Zohar explains it as the white hidden fire. In the Raisha Havura, the white head, whose will causes the fiery fluid to flow in 370 currents in every direction of the universe. It is identical with the serpent that runs with 370 leaps of the Sephra Detzinaltha, the serpent, which, when the perfect man, the Metatron, is raised, that is to say, when the divine man indwells in the animal man, becomes three spirits, or Atma Buddhi Manas, in our theosophical phraseology. Spirit, then, or cosmic ideation and cosmic substance, one of whose principles is ether, are one. and include the elements, in the sense St. Paul attaches to them. These elements are the veiled synthesis standing for Dion Kohans, Devas, Sephiroth, Amshaspens, Archangels, etc. The ether of science, the Ilus of Berosus, or the protyle of chemistry, constitutes, so to speak, the rude material, relatively, out of which the above-named builders, following the plan traced out for them eternally in the divine thought, fashion the systems in the cosmos. They are myths, we are told. No more so than ether and the atoms, we answer. The two latter are absolute necessities of physical science, and the builders are as absolute a necessity of metaphysics. We are twitted with the objection, "You never saw them." And we ask the materialists, "Have you ever seen ether or your atoms, or again your force?" Moreover, one of the greatest Western evolutionists of our modern day, co-discoverer with Darwin, Mr. A. R. Wallace, when discussing the inadequacy of natural selection alone accounting for the physical form of man, admits the guiding action of higher intelligences as a necessary part of the great laws which govern the material universe. These higher intelligences are the Dion Kohans of the occultists. Indeed, there are a few myths in any religious system worthy of the name, but have a historical as well as a scientific foundation. Myths, justly observes Pocock, are now proved to be fables, just in proportion as we misunderstand them, truths in proportion as they were once understood. The most distinct and the one prevailing idea, found in all ancient teaching, with reference to the cosmic evolution and the first creation of our globe, with all its products, organic and inorganic, strange word for an occultist to use, is that the whole cosmos has sprung from the divine thought. This thought impregnates matter, which is coeternal with the one reality, and all that lives and breathes evolves from the emanations of the one immutable Parabrahman Malaprakriti, the eternal one root. The former of these, in its aspect of the central point turned inward, so to say, into regions quite inaccessible to human intellect, is absolute abstraction, whereas in its aspect as Mula Prakriti, the eternal root of all, it gives one at least some hazy comprehension of the mystery of being. Therefore it was taught in the inner temples that this visible universe of spirit and matter is but the concrete image of the ideal abstraction. It was built on the model of the first divine idea. Thus, our universe existed from eternity in a latent state. The soul animating this purely spiritual universe is the central sun, the highest deity itself. It was not the one who built the concrete form of the idea, but the first begotten. And, as it was constructed on the geometrical figure of the dodecahedron, the first begotten was pleased to employ 12,000 years in its creation. The latter number is expressed in the Turanian cosmogony, which shows man created in the 6th millennium. This agrees with the Egyptian theory of 6,000 years, and with the Hebrew computation. But it is the exoteric form of it. The secret computation explains that the 12,000 and the 6,000 years are years of Brahma, one day of Brahma being equal to 4,320,000,000 years. Sanchuniathon, in his Cosmogony, declares that when the wind, spirit, became enamored of its own principles, chaos, an intimate union took place, which connection was called pothos, and from this sprang the seed of all. And the chaos knew not its own production, for it was senseless, but from its embrace with the wind was generated Mot, or the Ilus Mud. From this proceeded the spores of creation and the generation of the universe. Zeus Zen, ether, and Chonia, chaotic earth, and Metis, water, his wives. Osiris, also representing ether, the first emanation of the supreme deity, Amun, the primeval source of light, and Isis Latona, the goddess earth and water again. Mithras, the rock-born god, the symbol of the male mundane fire, or the personified primordial light, and Mithra, the fire goddess, at once his mother and his wife, the pure element of fire, the active or male principle, regarded as light and heat, in conjunction with earth and water, or matter, the female, or passive, element of cosmical generation. Mithras, who is the son of Burj, the Persian mundane mountain, from which he flashed out as a radiant ray of light. Brahma, the fire god, and his prolific consort, and the Hindu Ajni, the refulgent deity, from whose body issue 1,000 streams of glory and 7 tongues of flame, and in whose honor certain Brahmins to this day maintain a perpetual fire. Shiva, personated by Meru, the mundane mountain of the Hindus, the terrific fire god, who is said in the legend to have descended from heaven, like the Jewish Jehovah, in a pillar of fire, and a dozen other archaic double-sexed deities, all loudly proclaim their hidden meaning. And what could be the dual meaning of these myths but the psychochemical principle of the primordial creation? The first evolution, in its triple manifestation of spirit, force, and matter, the divine correlation at its starting point, allegorized as the marriage of fire and water, the products of the electrifying spirit, the union of the male active principle with the female passive element, which become the parents of the Tellurian child, cosmic matter, the prima materia, whose soul is ether, and whose shadow is the astral light. But the fragments of the cosmogonical systems that have reached us are now rejected as absurd fables. Nevertheless, occult science, which has survived even the great flood that submerged the antediluvian giants, and with them their very memory, save the record preserved in the secret doctrine, the Bible and other scriptures, still holds the key to all the world problems. Let us then apply this key to the rare fragments of long-forgotten cosmogonies, and by means of their scattered portions endeavor to re-establish the once universal cosmogony of the secret doctrine. The key fits them all. No one can seriously study ancient philosophies without perceiving that the striking similitude of conception in all of them, in their exoteric form very frequently, and in their hidden spirit invariably, is the result of no mere coincidence, but of a concurrent design, and that, during the youth of mankind, there was but one language, one knowledge, one universal religion, when there were no churches, no creeds or sects, but when every man was a priest unto himself. And if it is shown that already in those early ages which are shut out from our sight by the exuberant growth of tradition, human religious thought developed in uniform sympathy in every portion of the globe, then it becomes evident that that thought, born under whatever latitude, in the cold north or the burning south, in the east or west, was inspired by the same revelations, and that man was nurtured under the protecting shadow of the same tree of knowledge. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism, Chaos, Theos, Cosmos. These three are the containment of space, or, as a learned Kabbalist has defined it, space, the all-containing uncontained, is the primary embodiment of simple unity, boundless extension. But he asks again, boundless extension of what? And makes the correct reply, the unknown container of all, the unknown first cause. This is a most correct definition and answer, most esoteric and true, from every aspect of occult teaching. Space, which in their ignorance and with their iconoclastic tendency to destroy every philosophic idea of old, the modern wiseacres have proclaimed an abstract idea and a void, is in reality the container and the body of the universe in its 7 principles. It is a body of limitless extent, whose principles, in occult phraseology, each being in its turn a septenary, manifest in our phenomenal world only the grossest fabric of their subdivisions. No one has ever seen the elements in their fullness, the doctrine teaches. We have to search for our wisdom in the original expressions and synonyms of the primeval peoples. Even the Jews, the latest of these, show the same idea in their Kabbalistic teachings. When they speak of the 7-headed serpent of space, called the Great Sea, quote, "In the beginning, the Elohim created the heavens and the earth, the 6 Sephiroth. They created 6, and on these all things are based. And these 6 depend on the 7 forms of the cranium, up to the dignity of all dignities." End quote. Now wind, air, and spirit have ever been synonymous in every nation. Pneuma, spirit, and animos, wind, with the Greeks. Spiritus and ventus with the Latins were convertible terms, even if disassociated from the original idea of the breath of life. In the forces of science we see but the material effect of the spiritual effect of one or other of the 4 primordial elements, transmitted to us by the 4th race, just as we shall transmit ether, or rather its gross subdivision, in its fullness to the 6th root race. Chaos was called senseless by the ancients, because, chaos and space being synonymous, it represented and contained in itself all the elements, in their rudimentary, undifferentiated state. They made ether the 5th element, the synthesis of the other 4, for the ether of the Greek philosophers was not its dregs, although indeed they knew more than science does now of these dregs, ether, which they are rightly enough supposed to act as an agent for many forces that manifest on earth. Their ether was the akasha of the Hindus. The ether accepted in physics is but one of its subdivisions on our plane. The astral light of the Kabbalists, with all its evil as well as its good effects. Seeing that the essence of ether, or the unseen space, was considered divine, as being the supposed veil of deity, it was regarded as the medium between this life and the next. The ancients considered that when the directing active intelligences, the gods, retired from any portion of ether in our space, or the 4 realms which they superintend, then that particular region was left in the possession of evil, so called by reason of the absence from it of good. Quote, "The existence of spirit in the common mediator, the ether, is denied by materialism, while theology makes of it a personal God. But the Kabbalist holds that both are wrong, saying that in ether the elements represented only matter, the blind cosmic forces of nature, while spirit represents the intelligence which directs them. The Arian, Hermetic, Orphic, and the Pythagorean cosmogonical doctrines, as well as those of Sanchanathon and Berosus, are all based upon one irrefutable formula, viz., that ether and chaos, or in the Platonic language, mind and matter, were the 2 primeval and eternal principles of the universe, utterly independent of anything else. The former was the all-vivifying intellectual principle, while chaos was a shapeless liquid principle, without form or sense, from the union of which 2 sprang into existence the universe, or rather the universal world, the first androgynous deity, chaotic matter becoming its body, and ether its soul. According to the phraseology of the fragment of Hermes, chaos from this union, with spirit obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced Protagonist, the first-born light. This is the universal Trinity, based on the metaphysical conceptions of the ancients, who, reasoning by analogy, made of man, who is a compound of intellect and matter, the microcosm of the macrocosm, or great universe. End quote. Nature abhors vacuum, said the Peripatetics, who, though materialists in their way, comprehend perhaps why Democritus, with his instructor Leucippus, taught that the first principles of all things contained in the universe were atoms and a vacuum. The latter simply means latent force or deity, which, before its first manifestation, when it became will, communicating the first impulse to these atoms, was the great nothingness, al-suf, or no thing, and therefore, to every sense, a void, or chaos. This chaos, however, became the soul of the world, according to Plato and the Pythagoreans. According to Hindu teaching, deity, in the shape of ether or akasha, pervades all things. It was called, therefore, by the theurgists, the living fire, the spirit of light, and sometimes Magnus. According to Plato, the highest deity itself built the universe in the geometrical form of the dodecahedron, and its first begotten was born of chaos and primordial light, the central sun. This firstborn, however, was only the aggregate of the host of the builders, the first constructive forces, who were called in ancient cosmogonies the ancients, born of the deep or chaos, and the first point. He is the tetragrammaton, so called, at the head of the 7 lower Sephiroth. This was also the belief of the Chaldeans. Philo, the Jew, speaking very flippantly of the first instructors of his ancestors, writes as follows, quote, "These Chaldeans were of the opinion that the cosmos, among the things that exist, is a single point, either being itself God, Theos, or that it is God, comprehending the soul of all things." End quote. Chaos, Theos, Cosmos are but the 3 symbols of their synthesis, space. One can never hope to solve the mystery of the Tetractys by holding to the dead letter even of the old philosophies as now extant, but even in these, chaos, Theos, Cosmos, and space are identified in all eternity as the one unknown space, the last word on which will never, perhaps, be known before our 7th round. Nevertheless, the allegories and metaphysical symbols about our primeval and perfect cube are remarkable, even in the exoteric Puranas. There, also, Brahma is Theos, evolving out of chaos, or the great deep, the waters over which spirit or space, the spirit moving over the face of the future boundless cosmos, is silently hovering in our first hour of reawakening. It is also Vishnu, sleeping on Anantashesha, the great serpent of eternity, of which Western theology, ignorant of the Kabbalah, the only key that opens the secrets of the Bible, has made the devil. It is the first triangle, or the Pythagorean triad, the god of 3 aspects, before it is transformed, through a perfect quadrature of the infinite circle, into the 4-faced Brahma, of him who is, and yet is not, from non-being, the eternal cause, is born the being, Purushasha. Says Manu, the legislator, quote, "In the Egyptian mythology, Neph, the eternal, unrevealed god, is represented by a snake emblem of eternity encircling a water urn, with its head hovering over the waters, which it incubates with its breath. In this case, the serpent is the agathodaimon, the good spirit, and its opposite aspect is the kakodaimon, the evil spirit. In the Scandinavian Eddas, the honeydew, the fruit of the gods, and the creative busy Yggdrasil bees, falls during the hour of night, when the atmosphere is impregnated with humidity, and the northern mythologies, as the passive principle of creation, it typifies the creation of the universe out of water. This dew is the astral light in one of its combinations, and possesses creative as well as destructive properties. In the Chaldean legend of Berosus, Oannes, or Dagon the manfish, instructing the people, shows the infant world created out of water, and all beings originating from this prima materia. Moses teaches that only earth and water can bring into existence a living soul. And we read in the scriptures that herbs could not grow until the Eternal caused it to rain upon the earth. In the Mexican Popolva, man is created out of mud, or clay, terglaze, taken from under the water. Brahma creates the great Muni, or first man, seated on his lotus, only after having called spirits into being, who thus enjoyed over mortals a priority of existence, and he creates him out of water, air, and earth. Alchemists claim that the primordial or pre-academic earth, when reduced to its first substance, is in its second stage of transformation, like clear water, the first being the alkahest proper. This primordial substance is said to contain within itself the essence of all that goes to make up man. It contains not only the elements of his physical being, but even the breath of life in its latent state, ready to be awakened. This it derives from the incubation of the Spirit of God upon the face of the waters, chaos. In fact, this substance is chaos itself. From this it was that Paracelsus claimed to be able to make his homunculi. And this is why Thales, the great natural philosopher, maintained that water was the principle of all things in nature. Job says that dead things are formed from under waters, and the inhabitants thereof. In the original text, instead of dead things, it is written dead riffram, giants or mighty primitive men, from whom evolution may one day trace our present race. End quote. In the primordial state of the creation, says Pollier's Mythologie des Hindus, the rudimental inverse submerged in water reposed in the bosom of Vishnu. Sprung from this chaos and darkness, Brahma, the architect of the world, poised on a lotus leaf, floated, moved upon the waters, unable to discern anything but water and darkness. Perceiving such a dismal state of things, Brahma soliloquizes in consternation, "Who am I? Whence came I?" Then he hears a voice, "Direct your thoughts to the Bhagavat." Brahma, rising from his natori position, seats himself upon the lotus in an attitude of contemplation, and reflects upon the Eternal, who, pleased with this evidence of piety, disperses the primeval darkness and opens his understanding. After this, Brahma issues from the universal egg, infinite chaos, as light, for his understanding is now opened, and he sets himself to work. He moves on the eternal waters with the Spirit of God within himself, and in his capacity of mover of the waters he is Vishnu, or Narayana. This is of course exoteric, yet in its main idea it is as identical as possible with the Egyptian cosmogony, which, in its opening sentences, shows Hathor, Mother Night, representing illimitable darkness as the primeval element which covered the infinite abyss, animated by water and the universal spirit of the eternal, dwelling alone in chaos. Similarly, in the Jewish scriptures, the history of the creation opens with the Spirit of God and his creative emanation, another deity. The Zohar teaches that it is the primordial elements, the trinity of fire, air, and water, the four cardinal points, and all forces of nature which form collectively the voice of the will, Memrab, or the word, the logos of the absolute silent all. The indivisible point, limitless and unknowable, spreads itself over space, and thus forms a veil, the Mula Prakriti of Para Brahman, which conceals this absolute point. In the cosmogonies of all the nations, it is the architects, synthesized by the demiurge in the Bible of Elohim or Alhim, who fashions cosmos out of chaos, and who are the collective theos, male, female, spirit, and matter, by a series, Yam, of foundations, Hasoth. The Alhim created earth and heaven to be. In Genesis, it is first Alhim, then Jehovah Alhim, and finally Jehovah, after the separation of the sexes in the 4th chapter. It is noticeable that nowhere, except in the latter, or rather the last, cosmogonies of our 5th race, does the ineffable and unutterable name, the symbol of the unknown deity, which was used only in the mysteries, occur in connection with the creation of the universe. It is the movers, the runners, the theoi, from thein, to run, who do the work of formation, the messengers of the Manvantaric law, who have now become in Christianity simply the messengers, Malachim. This seems to be also the case in Hinduism or early Brahmanism. For the Rig Veda, it is not Brahma who creates, but the Prajapatis, the lords of being, who are also the rishis. The term rishi, according to Professor Mahadio Kunti, being connected with the word to move, to lead on, applied to them in their terrestrial character, when as patriarchs they lead their hosts on the 7 rivers. Moreover, the very word God, and its singular embracing all the gods, or theoi, came to the superior, civilized nations from a strange source, one as entirely and preeminently phallic as the sincere outspokenness of the Indian lingam. The attempt to derive God from the Anglo-Saxon language, from the Anglo-Saxon synonym good, is an abandoned idea, for in no other language, from the Persian coda down to the Latin deus, has an instance being found of the name of God for being derived from the attribute of goodness. To the Latin races, it comes from the Aryan Dios, the day, to the Slovenian from the Greek Bacchus, Bagbog, to the Saxon races directly from the Hebrew Yud, or Yod. The latter is the number letter 10, male and female, and Yod is the phallic hook. Since the Saxon God, the Germanic Gott, and the English God, this symbolic term may be said to represent the creator of physical humanity on the terrestrial plane, but surely it has nothing to do with the formation or creation of either spirit, gods, or cosmos. Chaos, Theos, Cosmos, the triple deity, is all in all. Therefore, it is said to be male and female, good and evil, positive and negative, the whole series of contrasted qualities. When latent in pralaya, it is incognizable and becomes the unknowable deity. It can be known only in its active functions, hence as matter, force, and living spirit. The correlations and outcome, or the expression, on the visible plane of the ultimate and ever to be unknown unity. In its turn, this triple unit is the producer of the four primary elements, which are known in our visible terrestrial nature as the seven, so far the 5 elements, each divisible into 49, 7 times 7, sub-elements, with about 70 of which chemistry is acquainted. Every cosmical element, such as fire, air, water, earth, partaking of the qualities and defects of its primaries, is in its nature good and evil, force or spirit, and matter, etc., and each, therefore, is at one and the same time life and death, health and disease, action and reaction. They are ever forming matter under the never-ceasing impulse of the one element, the incognizable, represented in the world of phenomena by ether. They are the immortal gods who give birth and life to all. In the philosophical writings of Solomon ben Yuda ibn Gibril, in treating of the structure of the universe, it is said, quote, Rex Yehuda began, it is written, Elohim said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, come see. At the time that the Holy created the world, he created 7 heavens above, he created 7 earths below, 7 seas, 7 days, 7 rivers, 7 weeks, 7 years, 7 times, and 7,000 years that the world has been. The Holy is in the 7th of all. End quote. This, beside showing a strange identity with the cosmogony of the Puranas, corroborates all our teachings with regard to number 7, as briefly given in esoteric Buddhism. The Hindus have an endless series of allegories to express this idea. In the primordial chaos, before it became developed into the Saptasamudra, or 7 oceans, emblematical of the 7 gunas, or conditioned qualities, composed of the trigunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas, lie latent both amrita, or immortality, and visha, or poison, death, evil. This is to be found in the allegorical churning of the ocean by the gods. Amrita is beyond any guna, for it is unconditioned per se, but when once fallen into phenomenal creation, it became mixed with evil, chaos, with latent theos in it, before cosmos was evolved. Hence, we find Vishnu, the personification of eternal law, periodically calling forth cosmos into activity, or, in allegorical phraseology, churning out of the primitive ocean, or boundless chaos, the Amrita of eternity, reserved only for the gods and devas, and in its task he has to employ nagas and asuras, or demons, in exoteric Hinduism. The whole allegory is highly philosophical, and indeed we find it repeated in every ancient system of philosophy. Thus we find it in Plato, who, having fully embraced the ideas which Pythagoras had brought from India, compiled and published them in a form more intelligible than the original mysterious numerals of the Samian sage. Thus the cosmos is the sun with Plato, having for his father and mother divine thought and matter. The Egyptians, says Dunlop, distinguished between an older and younger Horus, the former the brother of Osiris, and the latter the son of Osiris and Isis. The first is the idea of the world remaining in the demiurgic mind, born in darkness before the creation of the world. The second Horus is the idea going forth from the Logos, becoming clothed with matter and assuming an actual existence. The Chaldean oracles speak of the mundane God, eternal, boundless, young and old, from winding form. This winding form is a figure to express the vibratory motion of the astral light, with which the ancient priests were perfectly well acquainted, though the name astral light was invented by the Martionists. Cosmolatry has the finger of scorn pointed at its superstitions by modern science. Science, however, before laughing at it, ought, as advised by a French savant, to entirely remodel its own system of cosmoneumatological education. Satis eloquenta, sapienta parum. Cosmolatry, like pantheism, in its ultimate expression, may be made to express itself in the same words in which the Purana describes Vishnu, quote, "He is only the ideal cause of the potencies to be created in the work of creation, and from him proceed the potencies to be created. After all they have become the real cause. Save that one ideal cause, there is no other to which the world can be referred. Through the potency of that cause, every created thing comes by its proper nature." End quote. End of section 6. Read by Tori B.
Section 7 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism. On the Hidden Deity, Its Symbols and Glyphs. Part 1. The Logos, or Creative Deity, the Word made flesh of every religion, has to be traced to its ultimate source and essence. In India, it is a Proteus of 1008 divine names and aspects in each of its personal transformations, from Brahma Purusha through the 7 divine rishis and 10 semi-divine prajapatis, also rishis, down to the divine human avatars. The same puzzling problem of the one in many and the multitude in one is found in other pantheons, in the Egyptian, the Greek, and the Chaldeo-Judaic, the latter having made confusion still more confused by presenting its gods as euhemerizations in the shapes of patriarchs, and these patriarchs are now accepted by those who reject Romulus as a myth, and are represented as living and historical entities. Verbum satis sapienti. In the Zohar, Ein Sof is also the One, the infinite unity. This was known to the very few learned fathers of the Church, who were aware that Jehovah was no highest God, but a third-rate potency. But while complaining bitterly of the Gnostics and saying, quote, "Our heretics hold that Propator is known but to the only begotten Son, who is Brahma, that is to the mind, Nous." End quote. Irenaeus failed to mention that the Jews did the same in their real secret books. Valentinus, the profoundest doctor of the Gnosis, held that, quote, "there was a perfect Aion who existed before Boethos, the first father of unfathomable nature, which is the second Logos, called Propator." End quote. It is this Aion who springs as a ray from Ein Sof, which does not create, and Aion who creates, or through whom, rather, everything is created or evolves. For as the Basilidians taught, quote, "there was a supreme God, Abrasax, by whom was created mind, Mahat in Sanskrit, Nous in Greek. From mind proceeded the word, Logos, from the word providence, divine light rather, then from it, virtue and wisdom in principalities, powers, angels, etc." End quote. By these angels the 365 aeons were created, quote, "amongst the lowest indeed, and those who made this world, he, Basilides, sets last of all the God of the Jews, whom he denies to be God, and very rightly, affirming he is one of the angels." End quote. Here, then, we find the same system as in the Puranas, wherein the incomprehensible drops a seed which becomes the golden egg from which Brahma is produced. Brahma produces Mahat, etc. True esoteric philosophy, however, speaks neither of creation nor of evolution in the sense in which the exoteric religions do. All these personified powers are not evolutions from one another, but so many aspects of the one and sole manifestation of the absolute All. The same system as that of the Gnostic emanations prevails in the Sephirotic aspects of Ein Sof, and as these aspects are in space and time, a certain order is maintained in their successive appearances. Therefore, it becomes impossible not to take notice of the great changes that the Zohar has undergone under the handling of generations of Christian mystics. For even in the metaphysics of the Talmud, the lower face or lesser countenance, or microprosopos, could never be placed on the same plane of abstract ideals as the higher or greater countenance, the macroprosopos. The latter is, in the Chaldean Kabbalah, a pure abstraction, the word or logos or dabar in Hebrew, which word, though it becomes in fact a plural number or words, da, v, a, r, im, when it reflects itself or falls into the aspect of a host of angels or sephiroth, the number is still collectively one, and on the ideal plane a naught, circle, nothing. It is without form or being, with no likeness with anything else. And even Philo calls the Creator the Logos who stands next God, the second God, when he speaks of the second God who is his, the highest God's, wisdom. Deity is not God. It is no thing and darkness. It is nameless and therefore called Ein Sof, the word Ayin meaning nothing. The highest God, the unmanifested Logos, is its Son. Nor are most of the Gnostic systems which have come down to us, mutilated as they are by the Church Fathers, anything better than the distorted shells of the original speculations. Nor were they, moreover, ever open to the public or general reader, for had their hidden meaning or esotericism been revealed, it would have been no more an esoteric teaching, and this could never have been. Marcus, the chief of the Marcosians, who flourished in the middle of the 2nd century and taught that deity had to be viewed under the symbol of 4 syllables, gave out more of the esoteric truths than any other Gnostic, but even he was never well understood, for it is only on the surface or dead letter of his revelation that it appears that God is a quaternary, to wit, quote, the ineffable, the silence, the Father, and truth, end quote. Since in reality it is quite erroneous and divulges only one more esoteric riddle. This teaching of Marcus was that of the early Kabbalists and is ours, for he makes of deity the number 30 in 4 syllables, which translated esoterically means a triad or triangle, and a quaternary or a square in all 7, which on the lower plane made the 7 divine or secret letters of which the God name is composed. This requires demonstration. In his revelation, speaking of divine mysteries expressed by means of letters and numbers, Marcus narrates how the supreme tetrad came down unto him, quote, from the region which cannot be seen nor named, in a female form, because the world would have been unable to bear her appearing in a male figure, and revealed to him the generation of the universe untold before to either gods or men, unquote. The first sentence already contains a double meaning. Why should the apparition of a female figure be more easily borne or listened to by the world than a male figure? On the face of it, this appears nonsensical, but to one who is acquainted with the mystery language it is quite clear and simple. Esoteric philosophy, or the secret wisdom, was symbolized by a female form, while a male figure stood for the unveiled mystery. Hence the world, not being ready to receive it, could not bear it, and the revelation of Marcus had to be given allegorically. Thus he writes, quote, when first its father of the tetrad, the inconceivable, the beingless, sexless, the Kabbalistic Ein Sof, desired that its ineffable, the first Logos or Aeon, should be born, and its invisible should be clothed with form, its mouth opened and uttered the word like unto itself. This word, Logos, standing near, showed it what it was, manifesting itself in the form of the invisible one. Now the uttering of the ineffable name, through the word, came to pass in this manner. It, the Supreme Logos, uttered the first word of its name, which was a combination, syllable, of 4 elements, letters. Then the second combination was added, also of 4 elements. Then the third, composed of 10 elements, and after this the fourth was uttered, which contained 12 elements. The utterance of the whole name consisted thus of 30 elements and of 4 combinations. Each element has its own letters and peculiar character and pronunciation and groupings and similitudes, but none of them perceives the form of that of which it is the element, nor understands the utterance of its neighbor. But what each sounds forth itself as sounding forth all it can, that it thinks good to call the whole. And these sounds are they which manifest in form the beingless and ingenerable aeon. And these are the forms which are called angels, perpetually beholding the face of the Father, the Logos, the second God, who stands next God, the inconceivable, according to Philo. This is as plain as ancient esoteric secrecy could make it. It is as Kabbalistic, though less veiled, than the Zohar, in which the mystic names or attributes are also 4-syllabled, 12, 42, and even 72-syllabled words. The Tetrad shows to Marcus the truth in the shape of a naked woman, and letters every limb of that figure, calling her head A, Omega, her neck B, Psi, shoulders and hands Gamma, Chi, etc. In this, Sephira is easily recognized, the head or crown, Kether, being numbered 1, the brain or Shukma, 2, the heart or intelligence, Bina, 3, and the other 7 Sephiroth representing the limbs of the body. The Sephirothic tree is the universe, and Adam Kadmon personifies it in the West as Brahma represents it in India. Throughout, the 10 Sephiroth are represented as divided into the 3 higher or the spiritual triad and the lower septenary. The true esoteric meaning of the sacred number 7, though cleverly veiled in the Zohar, is betrayed by the double way of writing the term in the beginning, or Be Rashit, and Be Raishat, the latter the higher or upper wisdom. As shown by S. L. McGregor Mathers and Isaac Meyer, both of these Kabbalists being supported by the best ancient authorities, these words have a dual and secret meaning. Breshith bara Elohim means that the 6 over which stands the 7th Sephirah belong to the lower material class, or as the author says, quote, 7 are applied to the lower creation and 3 to the spiritual man, the heavenly prototypic or first Adam. End quote. When the Theosophists and occultists say that God is no being, for it is nothing, no thing, they are more reverential and religiously respectful to the deity than those who call God He, and thus make of him a gigantic male. End of section 7, read by Sandra. Section 8 of Book 1, Part 2 of the Sacred Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism. On the Hidden Deity, Its Symbols and Glyphs. Part 2. He who studies the Kabbalah will soon find the same idea in the ultimate thought of its authors, the earlier and great Hebrew initiates who got this secret wisdom in Babylonia from the Chaldean hierophants, just as Moses got his in Egypt. The Zoharic system cannot very well be judged by its translations into Latin and other tongues, when all its ideas were softened and made to fit in with the views and policy of its Christian arrangers, for its original ideas are identical with those of all other religious systems. The various cosmogonies show that the universal soul was considered by every archaic nation as the mind of the demiurgic creator, and that it was called the Mother, Sophia, or the female wisdom, with the Gnostics, the Sephira with the Jews, Sarasvati or Vach with the Hindus, the Holy Ghost also being a female principle. Hence the Kyrios, or Logos, born from it, was with the Greeks the god, mind, nous. Now Koros, Kyrios, signifies the pure and unmixed nature of intellect, wisdom, says Plato, in Cratylus, and Kyrios is Mercury, Mercurius, Marcurius. The divine wisdom, and, Mercury, is Sol, the sun, from whom thought Hermes received this divine wisdom. While then the Logos of all countries and religions are correlative in their sexual aspects with the female soul of the world or the great deep, the deity from which these two in one have their being is ever concealed and called the Hidden One, and is connected only indirectly with creation, as it can act only through the dual force emanating from the eternal essence. Even Aesculapius, called the Savior of all, is identical, according to ancient classical writers, with the Egyptian Ptah, the creative intellect or divine wisdom, and with Apollo, Baal, Adonis, and Hercules, and Ptah, in one of its aspects, is the anima mundi, the universal soul of Plato, the divine spirit of the Egyptians, the Holy Ghost of the early Christians and Gnostics, and the Akasha of the Hindus, and even in its lower aspect the astral light. For Ptah was originally the god of the dead, he into whose bosom they were received, hence the limbus of the Greek Christians, or the astral light. It was far later that Ptah was classed with the sun gods, his name signifying he who opens, as he is shown to be the first to unveil the face of the dead mummy, to call the soul to life in his bosom. Kneph, the eternal unrevealed, is represented by the snake emblem of eternity encircling a water urn, with its head hovering over the waters which it incubates with its breath, another form of the one original idea of darkness, with its ray moving on the waters, etc. As the Logos soul, this permutation is called Ptah. As the Logos creator, he becomes Imhotep, his son, the god of the handsome face. In their primitive characters, these two were the first cosmic duad, Nut, space or sky, and Nun, the primordial waters, the androgen unity above whom was the concealed breath of Kneph. And all of them had the aquatic animals and plants sacred to them, the ibis, the swan, the goose, the crocodile, and the lotus. Returning to the Kabbalistic deity, this concealed unity is then Ein Sof, To Pan, To Aberon, endless, boundless, non-existent, Sof. So long as the Absolute is within Ulam, the boundless and termless time. As such, Ein Sof cannot be the creator, or even the modeler of the universe, nor can it be our light. Therefore Ein Sof is also darkness. The immutably infinite and the absolutely boundless can neither will, think, nor act. To do this, it has to become finite, and it does so by its ray, penetrating into the mundane egg, or infinite space, and emanating from it as a finite God. All this is left to the ray latent in the One. When the period arrives, the absolute will expands naturally the force within it, according to the law of which it is the inner and ultimate essence. The Hebrews did not adopt the egg as a symbol, but they substituted for it the duplex heavens. For translated correctly, the sentence, God made the heavens and the earth, would read, in and out of his own essence as a womb, the mundane egg, God created the two heavens. The Christians, however, have chosen the dove, the bird, and not the egg, as the symbol of their Holy Ghost. Whoever acquaints himself with Hud, the Merkaba, and the Lagash, secret speech or incantation, will learn the secret of secrets. Lagash is nearly identical in meaning with Vach, the hidden power of the mantras. When the active period has arrived, from within the eternal essence of Ein Sof comes forth Sephira, the active power called the primordial point and the crown, Keter. It is only through her that the unbounded wisdom could give a concrete form to the abstract thought. Two sides of the upper triangle by which the ineffable essence and its manifested body, the universe, are symbolized, the right side and the base, are composed of unbroken lines. The third, the left side, is dotted. It is through the latter that emerges Sephira. Spreading in every direction, she finally encompasses the whole triangle. In this emanation, the triple triad is formed from the invisible dew, falling from the higher Uni triad, the head, thus leaving 7 Sephiroth only. Sephira creates primeval waters, or, in other words, chaos takes shape. It is the first stage towards the solidification of spirit, which through various modifications will produce earth. It requires earth and water to make a living soul, says Moses. It requires the image of an aquatic bird to connect it with water, the female element of procreation, with the egg and the bird that fecundates it. When Sephira emerges as an active power from within the latent deity, she is female. When she assumes the office of a creator, she becomes a male, hence she is androgen. She is the father and mother, Aditi, of the Hindu cosmogony and of the secret doctrine. If the oldest Hebrew scrolls had been preserved, the modern Jehovah worshipper would have found that many and uncomely were the symbols of the creative God. The frog in the moon, typical of his generative character, was the most frequent. All the birds and animals now called unclean in the Bible have been the symbols of this deity in days of old. A mask of uncleanness was placed over them in order to preserve them from destruction, because they were so sacred. The brazen serpent is not a bit more poetical than the goose or swan, if symbols are to be accepted à la lettre. In the words of the Zohar, quote, "The indivisible point which has no limit and cannot be comprehended because of its purity and brightness, expanded from without, forming a brightness that served the indivisible point as a veil, yet the latter also could not be viewed in consequence of its immeasurable light. It too expanded from without, and this expansion was its garment. Thus through a constant upheaving motion, finally the world originated." End quote. The spiritual substance sent forth by the infinite light is the first Sephira, or Shekinah Sephira, exoterically, contains all the other 9 Sephiroth in her. Esoterically, she contains but 2, Chokmah, or wisdom, a masculine active potency whose divine name is Yah, and Bina, or intelligence, a feminine passive potency represented by the divine name Yehovah, which 2 potencies form with Sephira the third, the Jewish Trinity or the crown, Kether. These 2 Sephiroth, called Abba, father, and Amona, mother, are the duad, or the double-sexed Logos, from which issued the other 7 Sephiroth. Thus the first Jewish triad, Sephira, Chokmah, and Bina, is the Hindu Trimurti. However veiled even in the Zohar, and still more in the exoteric pantheon of India, every particular connected with one is reproduced in the other. The Prajapatis are the Sephiroth. 10 with Brahma, they dwindle to 7 when the Trimurti or the Kabbalistic triad are separated from the rest. The 7 builders or creators become the 7 Prajapati, or the 7 Rishis, in the same order as the Sephiroth became the creators, then the patriarchs, etc. In both secret systems, the one universal essence is incomprehensible and inactive in its absoluteness, and can be connected with the building of the universe only in an indirect way. In both, the primeval male-female, or androgynous principle, and its 10 and 7 emanations, Brahma Virat, and Aditi Vach on the one hand, and the Elohim Yehovah, or Adam Adami, Adam Kadmon, and Sephirah Eve on the other, with their Prajapatis and Sephiroth in their totality, represent primarily the archetypal man, the Protologos, and it is only in their secondary aspect that they become cosmic powers and astronomical or sidereal bodies. If Aditi is the mother of the gods, Deva Matri, Eve, is the mother of all living. Both are the Shakti, or generative power, in their female aspect of the heavenly man, and they are both compound creators. Says a Gupta Vidya Sutra, quote, "In the beginning, a ray, issuing from Pramartika, the one and only true existence, became manifested in Vyavaharika, conventional existence, which was used as a vahana to descend with into the universal mother and to cause her to expand, swell, brih." End quote. And in the Zohar it is stated, quote, "The infinite unity, formless and without similitude, after the form of the heavenly man was created, used it. The unknown light, darkness, used the heavenly form, Adam Oila, as a chariot, Merkava, through which to descend, and wished to be called by this form, which is the sacred name, Yehovah." End quote. As the Zohar again says, quote, "In the beginning was the will of the king, prior to any other existence. It, the will, stretched the forms of all things that had been concealed but now came into view. And there went forth as a sealed secret from the head of Ein Sof a nebulous spark of matter, without shape or form. Life is drawn from below, and from above the source renews itself. The sea is always full, and spreads its waters everywhere." End quote. Thus the deity is compared to a shoreless sea, to water which is the fountain of life. The seventh palace, the fountain of life, is the first in the order from above. Hence the Kabbalistic tenet on the lips of the very Kabbalistic Solomon, who says in Proverbs, quote, "Wisdom hath builded her house, it hath hewn out its 7 pillars." End quote. Whence then all this identity of ideas, if there were no primeval universal revelation? The few points so far brought out are like a few straws in a stack, in comparison to that which will be disclosed as the work proceeds. If we turn to the Chinese cosmogony, the most hazy of all, even there the same idea is found. Tzi Tsai, the self-existent, is the unknown darkness, the root of the Wu Liang Shu, boundless age. Amitabha and Tien, heaven, come later on. The great extreme of Confucius gives the same idea, his straws notwithstanding. The latter are a source of great amusement to the missionaries, who laugh at every heathen religion, despise and hate that of their brother Christians of other denominations, and yet one and all accept their own Genesis literally. If we turn to the Chaldean, we find in it Anu, the concealed deity, the one whose name moreover shows it to be of Sanskrit origin, for Anu in Sanskrit means atom. Ani Yam Sam, Ani Ya Sam, smallest of the small, being a name of Parabrahman, in the Vedantic philosophy, in which Parabrahman is described as smaller than the smallest atom, and greater than the greatest sphere or universe, Anagraniyas and Mahat Oruvat. In the first verses of the Akkadian Genesis, as found in the cuneiform texts on the Babylonian tiles or lateris coctilis, and as translated by George Smith, we find Anu, the passive deity, or Ein Suf, Bel, the creator, the spirit of God, or Sephirah, moving on the face of the waters, hence water itself, and Hea, the universal soul, or wisdom of the three combined. The first 8 verses read as follows. 1. When above were not raised the heavens. 2. And below on the earth a plant had not grown up. 3. The abyss had not broken open their boundaries. 4. The chaos or water, Tiamat, the sea, was the producing mother of the whole of them. This is the cosmical Aditi and Sephira. 5. Those waters at the beginning were ordained, but 6. A tree had not grown, a flower had not unfolded. 7. When the gods had not sprung up, any one of them. 8. A plant had not grown, and order did not exist. This was the chaotic or antigenetic period, the double swan and the dark swan which becomes white when light is created. The symbol chosen for the majestic ideal of the universal principle may perhaps seem little calculated to answer its sacred character. A goose or even a swan will no doubt be thought an unfit symbol to represent the grandeur of the spirit. Nevertheless, it must have had some deep occult meaning, since it figures not only in every cosmogony and world religion, but was also chosen by the Crusaders among the medieval Christians as the vehicle of the Holy Ghost, which was supposed to be leading the army to Palestine to wrench the tomb of the Savior from the hands of the Saracen. If we are to credit Professor Draper's statement in his Intellectual Development of Europe, the Crusaders under Peter the Hermit were preceded at the head of the army by the Holy Ghost, under the shape of a white gander in the company of a goat. Seb, the Egyptian god of time, carries a goose on his head. Jupiter assumes the form of a swan, and so also does Brahma, and the root of all this is that mystery of mysteries, the mundane egg. One should learn the reason of a symbol before depreciating it. The dual element of air and water is that of the ibis, swan, goose and pelican, of crocodiles and frogs, lotus flowers and water lilies, etc., and the result is the choice of the most unseemly symbols by the modern as much as by the ancient mystics. Pan, the great god of nature, was generally figured in company with aquatic birds, geese especially, and so were other gods. If later on, with the gradual degeneration of religion, the gods to whom geese were sacred became priapic deities, it does not therefore follow that waterfowls were made sacred to Pan and other phallic deities, as some scoffers even of antiquity would have it, but that the abstract and divine power of procreative nature had become grossly anthropomorphized. Nor does the swan of Leda show priapic doings and her enjoyment thereof, as Mr. Hargrave Jennings chastely expresses it, for the myth is but another version of the same philosophical idea of cosmogony. Swans are frequently found associated with Apollo, as they are the emblems of water and fire, and also of the sunlight, before the separation of the elements. Our modern symbologists might profit by some remarks made by a well-known writer, Mrs. Lydia Maria Child, who says, quote, "From time immemorial an emblem has been worshipped in Hindustan as the type of creation or the origin of life, Shiva, or the Mahadeva, being not only the reproducer of human forms, but also the fructifying principle, the generative power that pervades the universe. The maternal emblem is likewise a religious type. This reverence for the production of life introduced into the worship of Osiris the sexual emblems. Is it strange that they regarded with reverence the great mystery of human birth? Were they impure thus to regard it? Or are we impure, that we do not so regard it? But no clean and thoughtful mind could so regard them. We have travelled far, and unclean have been the paths, since those old anchorites first spoke of God and the soul in the solemn depths of their first sanctuaries. Let us not smile at their mode of tracing the infinite and the incomprehensible cause throughout all the mysteries of nature, lest by so doing we cast the shadow of our own grossness on their patriarchal simplicity." End of section 8. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2022.
Section 9 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 1, The Evolution of Symbolism. Section 6, The Mundane Egg. Whence this universal symbol? The egg was incorporated as a sacred sign in the cosmogony of every people on the earth, and was revered both on account of its form and of its inner mystery. From the earliest mental conceptions of man, it has been known as that which represented most successfully the origin and secret of being, the gradual development of the imperceptible germ within the closed shell, the inward working, without any apparent outward interference of force, which from a latent nothing produced an active something, needing not save heat, and which, having gradually evolved into a concrete, living creature, broke its shell, appearing to the outward senses of all as a self-generated and self-created being. All this must have been a standing miracle from the beginning. The secret teaching explains the reason for this reverence by the symbolism of the prehistoric races. In the beginnings, the first cause had no name. Later, it was pictured in the fancy of the thinkers as an ever-invisible, mysterious bird that dropped an egg into chaos, which egg became the universe. Hence Brahma was called Kalahansa, the swan in space and time. Becoming the swan of eternity, Brahma, at the beginning of each Mahamanvantara, lays a golden egg, which typifies the great circle, or circle itself, a symbolism for the universe and its spherical bodies. The second reason for the egg having been chosen as a symbolical representation of the universe and of our earth was its form. It was a circle and a sphere, and the oviform shape of our globe must have been known from the beginning of symbology, since it was so universally adopted. The first manifestation of the cosmos in the form of an egg was the most widely diffused belief of antiquity. As Bryant shows, it was a symbol adopted among the Greeks, the Syrians, Persians, and Egyptians. In the Egyptian ritual, Seb, the god of time and of the earth, is spoken of as having laid an egg, or the universe, an egg conceived at the hour of the Great One of the dual force. Ra is shown, like Brahma, gestating in the egg of the universe. The deceased is resplendent in the egg of the land of mysteries, for this is the egg to which is given life among the gods. It is the egg of the great clucking hen, the egg of Seb, who issues from it like a hawk. Among the Greeks, the Orphic egg is described by Aristophanes, and was part of the Dionysiac and other mysteries, during which the mundane egg was consecrated and its significance explained. Porphyry also shows it to be a representation of the world, Hermeneuai de Tuhon ton Cosmos. Faber and Bryant have tried to show that the egg typified the Ark of Noah, a wild belief, unless the latter is accepted as purely allegorical and symbolical. It can only have typified the ark as a synonym of the moon, the Arga, which carries the universal seed of life, but had surely nothing to do with the ark of the Bible. Anyhow, the belief that the universe existed in the beginning in the shape of an egg was general, and, as Wilson says, a similar account of the first aggregation of the elements in the form of an egg is given in all the Puranas with the usual epithet Haima or Hiranya, golden, as it occurs in Manu chapter 1 verse 9. Hiranya, however, means resplendent, shining, rather than golden, as is proven by the great Indian scholar, the late Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, in his unpublished polemics with Professor Max Mueller. As said in the Vishnu Purana, intellect, Mahat, the unmanifested gross elements inclusive, formed an egg, and the Lord of the universe himself abided in it, in the character of Brahma. In that egg, O Brahmana, were the continents, the seas and mountains, the planets and divisions of the planets, the gods, the demons, and mankind. both in Greece and in India, the first visible male being, who united in himself the nature of either sex, abode in the egg and issued from it. This firstborn of the world was Dionysus, with some Greeks, the god who sprang from the mundane egg, and from whom the mortals and immortals were derived. The god Ra is shown, in the Book of the Dead, beaming in his egg, the sun, and the stars off as soon as the god Shu, the solar energy, awakens and gives him the impulse. He is in the solar egg, the egg to which is given life among the gods. The solar god exclaims, "I am the creative soul of the celestial abyss. None sees my nest, none can break my egg. I am the Lord." In view of this circular form, the vertical bar, issuing from the circle, or the egg, or the male from the female in the androgyne, it is strange to find a scholar saying, on the ground that the most ancient Indian manuscript show no trace of it, that the ancient Aryans were ignorant of the decimal notation. The 10, being the sacred number of the universe, was secret and esoteric, both as regards the unit and cipher, or 0, the circle. Moreover, Professor Max Muller tells that the two words cipher and 0, which are but one, are sufficient to prove that our figures are borrowed from the Arabs. Cipher is the Arabic sifron, and means empty, a translation of the Sanskrit sunyan, or not, says the professor. The Arabs had their figures from Hindustan, and never claimed the discovery for themselves. As to the Pythagoreans, we need but turn to the ancient manuscripts of Boethius' treatise, De Arithmetica, composed in the 6th century, to find, among the Pythagorean numerals, the 1 and the 0, as the first and final figures, and Porphyry, who quotes from the Pythagorean Moderatus, says that the numerals of the Pythagoreans were hieroglyphical symbols, by means whereof he explained ideas concerning the nature of things, or the origin of the universe. Now, if on one hand the most ancient Indian manuscripts show as yet no trace of decimal notation in them, and Max Muller states very clearly that until now he has found but 9 letters, the initials of Sanskrit numerals, on the other hand, we have records as ancient to supply the wanted proof. We speak of the sculptures and the sacred imagery in the most ancient temples of the Far East. Pythagoras derived his knowledge from India, and we find Professor Max Muller corroborating this statement, at least so far as to allow that the Neo-Pythagoreans were the first teachers of ciphering among the Greeks and Romans, that they, at Alexandria or in Syria, became acquainted with the Indian figures, and adapted them to the Pythagorean abacus. This cautious admission implies that Pythagoras himself was acquainted with only 9 figures. Thus we might reasonably answer that, although we possess no certain proof exoterically that the decimal notation was known to Pythagoras, who lived at the very close of the archaic ages, yet we have sufficient evidence to show that the full numbers, as given by Boethius, were known to the Pythagoreans even before Alexandria was built. This evidence we find in Aristotle, who says that some philosophers hold that ideas and numbers are of the same nature, and amount to 10 in all. This, we believe, will be sufficient to show that the decimal notation was known among them at least as early as 4 centuries B.C., for Aristotle does not seem to treat the question as an innovation of the Neo-Pythagoreans. But we know more than this. We know that the decimal system must have been used by the mankind of the earliest archaic ages, since the whole astronomical and geometrical portion of the secret sacerdotal language was built upon the number 10, or the combination of the male and female principles, and since the pyramid of Cheops, so called, is built upon measures of this decimal notation, or rather upon the digits and their combinations with the naught. Of this, however, sufficient has been said in Isis Unveiled, and it is useless to repeat it. The symbolism of the lunar and solar deities is so inextricably mixed up that it is next to impossible to separate from each other such glyphs as the egg, the lotus, and the sacred animals. The ibis, for instance, was held in the greatest veneration in Egypt. It was sacred to Isis, who is often represented with the head of that bird, and also sacred to Mercury or Thoth, who is said to have assumed its form while escaping from Typhon. There were two kinds of ibises in Egypt, Herodotus tells us, one quite black, the other black and white. The former is credited with fighting and exterminating the winged serpents which came every spring from Arabia and infested the country. The other was sacred to the moon, because the latter planet is white and brilliant on her external side, dark and black on that side which she never turns to the earth. Moreover, the ibis kills land serpents and makes the most terrible havoc amongst the eggs of the crocodile, and thus saves Egypt from having the Nile over-infested by those horrible saurians. The bird is credited with doing this in the moonlight, and thus being helped by Isis, whose sidereal symbol is the moon. But the more correct esoteric truth underlying these popular myths is that Hermes, as shown by Abenephius, watched over the Egyptians under the form of that bird, and taught them the occult arts and sciences. This simply means that the ibis religiosa had, and has, magical properties in common with many other birds, the albatross preeminently, and the mythical white swan, the swan of eternity or time, the Kalihansa. Were it otherwise, indeed, why should all the ancient peoples, who were no more fools than we are, have had such a superstitious dread of killing certain birds? In Egypt, he who killed an ibis, or the golden hawk, the symbol of the sun and Osiris, risked death, and could hardly escape it. The veneration of some nations for birds was such that Zoroaster, in his precepts, forbids their slaughter as a heinous crime. In our age, we laugh at every kind of divination. Yet why should so many generations have believed in divination by birds, and even in oomancy, which is said by Suidas to have been imparted by Orpheus, who taught how, under certain conditions, to perceive in the yolk and white of an egg that which the bird born from it would have seen around it during its short life. This occult art, which 3,000 years ago demanded the greatest learning and the most abstruse mathematical calculations, has now fallen into the depths of degradation, and today it is the old cooks and fortune-tellers who read the future for servant girls in search of husbands from the white of an egg in a glass. Nevertheless, even Christians have to this day their sacred birds, for instance the dove, the symbol of the Holy Ghost, nor have they neglected the sacred animals, and the evangelical zoolatry, with its bull, eagle, lion, and angel, in reality the cherub or seraph, the fiery-winged serpent, is as much pagan as that of the Egyptians or the Chaldeans. These four animals are, in reality, the symbols of the four elements, and of the four lower principles in man. Nevertheless, they correspond physically and materially to the four constellations that form, so to speak, the suite or cortege of the solar god, and which, during the winter solstice, occupy the four cardinal points of the zodiacal circle. These four animals may be seen in many of the Roman Catholic New Testaments, in which the portraits of the evangelists are given. They are the animals of Ezekiel's Merkabah. As truly stated by Ragon, the ancient hierophants have combined so cleverly the dogmas and symbols of their religious philosophies that these symbols can be fully explained only by the combination and knowledge of all the keys. They can only be approximately interpreted, even if one discovers 3 out of these 7 systems, that is, the anthropological, the psychic, and the astronomical. The 2 chief interpretations, the highest and the lowest, the spiritual and the physiological, were preserved in the greatest secrecy until the latter fell into the dominion of the profane. Thus far, with regard only to the prehistoric hierophants, with whom that which has now become purely, or impurely, phallic, was a science as profound and as mysterious as biology and physiology are now. This was their exclusive property, the fruit of their studies and discoveries. The other two were those which dealt with the creative gods, or theogony, and with creative man, that is to say, with the ideal and practical mysteries. These interpretations were so cleverly veiled and combined that many were those who, while arriving at the discovery of one meaning, were baffled in understanding the significance of the others, and could never unriddle them sufficiently to commit dangerous indiscretions. The highest, the first and the fourth, theogony in relation to anthropogony, were almost impossible to fathom. We find the proofs of this in the Jewish Holy Writ. It is owing to the serpent being oviparous that it became a symbol of wisdom and an emblem of the logoi, or the self-born. In the temple of Philae, in Upper Egypt, an egg was artificially prepared of clay mixed with various incenses. This was hatched by a peculiar process, and the cerastes, or horned viper, was produced. The same was done in the Indian temples, in antiquity, in the case of the cobra. The creative god emerges from the egg that issues from the mouth of Nymph, as a winged serpent, for the serpent is the symbol of the all-wisdom. With the Hebrews, the same deity is glyphed by the flying or fiery serpents of Moses in the wilderness, and with the Alexandrian mystic she becomes the Orpheokristos, the Logos of the Gnostics. The Protestants try to show that the allegory of the brazen serpent and of the fiery serpents has a direct reference to the mystery of the Christ and the crucifixion, whereas in truth it has a far nearer relation to the mystery of generation, when dissociated from the egg with the central germ, or the circle with its central point. Protestant theologians would have us believe their interpretation only because the brazen serpent was lifted on a pole, whereas it had rather a reference to the Egyptian egg, standing upright, supported by the sacred Tau. Since the egg and the serpent are inseparable in the old worship and symbology of Egypt, and since both the brazen and fiery serpents were seraphs, the burning fiery messengers, or the serpent gods, the Nagas of India, without the egg it was a purely phallic symbol, but when associated therewith, it related to cosmic creation. The brazen serpent had no such holy meaning as the Protestants would ascribe to it, nor was it, in fact, glorified above the fiery serpents, for the bite of which it was only a natural remedy, the symbolical meaning of the word brazen being the feminine principle, and that of fiery or gold the masculine principle. Brass was the metal, symbolizing the nether world, that of the womb where life should be given. The word for serpent in Hebrew was nakash, but this is also the term for brass. It is said in Numbers that the Jews complained of the wilderness where there was no water, after which the Lord sent fiery serpents to bite them, and then, to oblige Moses, he gave him as a remedy the brazen serpent on a pole for them to look at, after which any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, lived. After that the Lord, gathering the people together at the well of Beer, gave them water, and grateful Israel sang this song, "Spring up, O well!" When, after studying symbology, the Christian reader comes to understand the innermost meaning of these three symbols, water, brazen, and serpent, and a few more, in the sense given to them in the Holy Bible, he will hardly like to connect the sacred name of his Savior with the brazen serpent incident. The seraphim, or fiery-winged serpents, are no doubt connected with, and inseparable from, the idea of the serpent of eternity, God, as explained in Kennelly's Apocalypse. But the word cherub also meant serpent, in one sense, though its direct meaning is different, for the cherubim and the Persian winged griffiths, Gripos, the guardians of the Golden Mountain, are the same, and the compound name of the former shows their character, as it is formed of kur, a circle, and aub, or ob, a serpent, and therefore means a serpent in a circle. And this settles the phallic character of the brazen serpent, and justifies Hezekiah for breaking it. Verbum satis sapienti. In the Book of the Dead, as just shown, reference is often made to the egg. Ra, the mighty one, remains in his egg during the struggle between the children of the rebellion and Shu, the solar energy, and the dragon of darkness. The deceased is resplendent in his egg when he crosses to the land of mystery. He is the egg of Seb. The egg was the symbol of life in immortality and eternity, and also the glyph of the generative matrix, whereas the Tau, which was associated with it, was only the symbol of life and birth in generation. The mundane egg was placed in Kum, the water of space, or the feminine abstract principle, Kum becoming, with the fall of mankind into generation and phallicism, Ammon, the creative god. When Ta, the fiery god, carries the mundane egg in his hand, then the symbolism becomes quite terrestrial and concrete in its significance. In conjunction with the hawk, the symbol of Osiris' son, the symbol is dual, and relates to both lives, the mortal and the immortal. The engraving of a papyrus in Kircher's Oedipus Egypticus shows an egg floating above the mummy. This is the symbol of hope, and the promise of a second birth for the Osirified dead. His soul, after due purification in the Amenti, will gestate in this egg of immortality, to be reborn therefrom into a new life on earth. For this egg, in the esoteric doctrine, is Devachan, the abode of bliss, the winged scarabus also being another symbol of it. The winged globe is but another form of the egg, and has the same significance as the scarabus, the kopiru, from the root kopru, to become, to be reborn, which relates to the rebirth of man as well as to his spiritual regeneration. In the theogony of Mokshus, we find ether first, and then air, the two principles from which Ulam, the intelligible, Nuetos, deity, the visible universe of matter, is born out of the mundane egg. In the Orphic hymns, Eros Phanes evolves from the divine egg, which the ethereal winds impregnate, wind being the spirit of God, or rather the spirit of the unknown darkness, the divine idea of Plato, which is said to move in ether. In the Hindu Kathopanishad, Purusha, the divine spirit, already stands before the original matter, from whose union springs the great soul of the world, Mahatma, Brahma, the spirit of life, and so forth, the latter appellations being all identical with Anima Mundi, or the universal soul, the astral light of the Kabbalist and the occultist, or the egg of darkness. Besides this, there are many charming allegories on this subject, scattered through the sacred books of the Brahmins. In one place, it is the female creator who is first a germ, then a drop of heavenly dew, a pearl, and then an egg. In such cases, of which there are too many to enumerate separately, the egg gives birth to the four elements within the fifth, ether, and is covered with 7 coverings, which become later on the 7 upper and the 7 lower worlds. Breaking in two, the shell becomes the heaven, and the contents the earth, the white forming the terrestrial waters. Then again, it is Vishnu who emerges from within the egg with a lotus in his hand. Vinata, a daughter of Daksha and wife of Kashyapa, the self-born, sprung from time, one of the 7 creators of our world, brought forth an egg from which was born Garuda, the vehicle of Vishnu, the latter allegory having a relation to our earth, as Garuda is the great cycle. The egg was sacred to Isis, and therefore the priests of Egypt never ate eggs. Isis is almost always represented holding a lotus in one hand and in the other a circle and a cross, crux ansata. Diodorus Siculus states that Osiris was born from an egg, like Brahma. From Leda's egg, Apollo and Latona were born, and also Castor and Pollux, the bright Gemini. And though the Buddhists do not attribute the same origin to their founder, yet, no more than the ancient Egyptians or the modern Brahmins, do they eat eggs, lest they should destroy the germ of life latent in them, and thereby commit sin. The Chinese believe that their first man was born from an egg, which Tien dropped down from heaven to earth into the waters. This egg symbol is still regarded by some as representing the idea of the origin of life, which is a scientific truth, though the human ovum is invisible to the naked eye. Therefore we see respect shown to it from the remotest antiquity by the Greeks, Phoenicians, Romans, the Japanese, and the Siamese, the North and South American tribes, and even the savages of the remotest islands. With the Egyptians, the concealed god was Ammon or Mon, the hidden, the supreme spirit. All their gods were dual, the scientific reality for the sanctuary, its double, the fabulous and mythical entity, for the masses. For instance, as observed in the section Chaos, Theos, Cosmos, the elder Horus was the idea of the world remaining in the demiurge mind, born in darkness before the creation of the world. The second Horus was the same idea going forth from the Logos, becoming clothed with matter and assuming an actual existence. Horus, the elder, or Haro-Iri, is an ancient aspect of the solar god, contemporary with Ra and Shu. Haro-Iri is often mistaken for Hor, Horsusi, son of Osiris and Isis. The Egyptians very often represented the rising sun under the form of Hor, the elder, rising from a full-blown lotus, the universe, when the solar disk is always found on the hawk head of that god. Haro-Iri is Khnum. The same with Khnum and Ammon. Both are represented as ram-headed, and both are often confused, though their functions are different. Khnum is the modeler of men, fashioning men and things out of the mundane egg on a potter's wheel. Ammon-Ra, the generator, is the secondary aspect of the concealed deity. Khnum was adored at Elephanta and Philae, Ammon at Thebes, but it is Imepht, the one supreme planetary principle, who blows the egg out of his mouth, and who is, therefore, Brahma, the shadow of the deity, cosmic and universal, of that which broods over and permeates the egg with its vivifying spirit until the germ contained in it is ripe, was the mystery god whose name was unpronounceable. It is Ta, however, he who opens, the opener of life and death, who proceeds from the egg of the world to begin his dual work. According to the Greeks, the phantom form of Chemis, Chemi, ancient Egypt, which floats on the ethereal waves of the Empyrean sphere, was called into being by Horus Apollo, the sun god, who caused it to evolve out of the mundane egg. The Brahmanda Purana contains fully the mystery about the Brahma's golden egg, and this is why, perhaps, it is inaccessible to the Orientalists, who say that this Purana, like the Skanda, is no longer procurable in a collective body, but is represented by a variety of Khandas and Mahatmayas professing to be derived from it. The Brahmanda Purana is described as that which has declared in 12,200 verses the magnificence of the egg of Brahma, and in which an account of the future kalpas is contained, as revealed by Brahma. Quite so, and much more, perhaps. In the Scandinavian cosmogony, placed by Professor Max Müller, in point of time, as far anterior to the Vedas, in the poem of Voluspa, the song of the prophetess, the mundane egg is again discovered in the phantom germ of the universe, which is represented as lying in the Jin Angagap, the cup of illusion, Maya, the boundless and void abyss. In this world's matrix, formerly a region of night and desolation, Nefeldheim, the mist place, the nebular, as it is called now, in the astral light dropped a ray of cold light, which overflowed this cup and froze in it. Then the invisible blew a scorching wind, which dissolved the frozen waters and cleared the mist. These waters, chaos, called the streams of Elawager, distilling and vivifying drops, fell down and created the earth, and the giant Ymir, who had only the semblance of man, the heavenly man, and the cow, Audumla, the mother, astral light or cosmic soul, from whose udder flowed 4 streams of milk, the 4 cardinal points, the 4 heads of the 4 rivers of Eden, and so forth, which 4 are symbolized by the cube in all its various and mystical meanings. The Christians, especially the Greek and Latin churches, have fully adopted the symbol, and see in it a commemoration of life eternal, of salvation, and of resurrection. This is found in, and corroborated by, the time-honored custom of exchanging Easter eggs. From the anguinum, the egg of the pagan druid, whose name alone made Rome tremble with fear, to the red Easter egg of the Slavonian peasant, a cycle has passed. And yet, whether in civilized Europe or among the abject savages of Central America, we find the same archaic, primitive thought, if we will only search for it, and do not, in the haughtiness of our fancied mental and physical superiority, disfigure the original idea of the symbol. End of section 9. Recording by Olivia.
Section 10 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. The Days and Nights of Brahma, Part 1. This is the name given to the periods called Manvantara, Manvantara, or between the Manus, and Pralaya, or dissolution, one referring to the active periods of the universe, the other to its times of relative and complete rest, whether they occur at the end of a day or an age or life of Brahma. These periods, which follow each other in regular succession, are also called small and great kalpas, the minor and the maha kalpas. Though, properly speaking, the Mahakalpa is never a day, but a whole life or age of Brahma, for it is said in the Brahma Vaivarta, quote, chronologers compute a kalpa by the life of Brahma, minor kalpas as Samvarta, and the rest are numerous. End quote. In sober truth, they are infinite, for they have never had a commencement, or in other words, there never was a first kalpa, nor will there ever be a last in eternity. 1 parartha, or half of the existence of Brahma, in the ordinary acceptation of this measure of time, has already expired in the present Mahakalpa. The last kalpa was the Padma, or that of the golden lotus. The present one is the Varaha, the boar incarnation, or Avatara. One thing is to be especially noted by the scholar who studies the Hindu religion from the Puranas. He must never take the statements found therein literally and in one sense only, and those especially which concern the Manvantaras, or Kalpas, have to be understood in their several references. Thus these ages relate in the same language to both the great and the small periods, to Mahakalpas and to minor cycles. The Matsya, or fish Avatara, happened before the Varaha, or boar Avatara. The allegories, therefore, must relate to both the Padma and the present Manvantara, and also to the minor cycles which have occurred since the reappearance of our chain of worlds and the earth. And as the Matsya Avatara of Vishnu and Vaivasvata's deluge are correctly connected with an event that happened on our earth during this round, it is evident that while it may relate to pre-cosmic events, pre-cosmic in the sense of our cosmos or solar system, It has reference in our case to a distant geological period. Not even esoteric philosophy can claim to know, except by analogical inference, that which took place before the reappearance of our solar system, and previous to the last Maha Pralaya. But it teaches distinctly that after the first geological disturbance of the Earth's axis, which ended in the sweeping down to the bottom of the seas of the whole second continent, with its primeval races, of which successive continents or Earths, Atlantis was the fourth, there came another disturbance owing to the axis again resuming its previous degree of inclination as rapidly as it had changed it. When the Earth was indeed once more raised out of the waters, as above so below, and vice versa, there were gods on earth in those days, gods and not men as we know them now, says the tradition. As will be shown in Volume 2, the computation of periods in exoteric Hinduism refers to both the great cosmic and the small terrestrial events and cataclysms, and the same may be demonstrated in respect to names. For instance, the name Yudhishthira, the first king of the Sase or Shakas, who opens the Kali Yuga era, which has to last 432,000 years. Quote, an actual king who lived 3,102 years BC, end quote, applies also to the great deluge at the time of the first sinking of Atlantis. He is the Yudhishthira, born on the mountain of the 100 Peaks, at the extremity of the world, beyond which nobody can go. And immediately after the flood, we know of no flood 3,102 years BC, not even that of Noah, for agreeably with Judeo-Christian chronology, it took place 2,349 years BC. This relates to an esoteric division of time and a mystery explained elsewhere, and may therefore be left aside for the present. Suffice it to remark, at this juncture, that all the efforts of imagination of the Wilfords, Bentleys, and other would-be Oedipuses of esoteric Hindu chronology have sadly failed. No computation of either the 4 ages or the Manvantaras has ever yet been unriddled by our very learned Orientalists, who have therefore cut the Gordian knot by proclaiming the whole a figment of the Brahmanical brain. So be it, and may the great scholars rest in peace. This figment is given at the end of the commentaries on stanza 2 of the Anthropogenesis in Volume 2 with esoteric additions. Let us see, however, what were the 3 kinds of pralayas, and what is the popular belief about them. For once it agrees with esotericism. Of the pralaya, before which 14 manvantaras elapse, having over them as many presiding manus, and at whose close occurs the incidental or Brahma's dissolution, it is said in Vishnu Purana, in condensed paraphrase, quote, at the end of 1,000 periods of 4 ages which complete a day of Brahma, the earth is almost exhausted. The eternal Avyaya Vishnu then assumes the character of Rudra, the destroyer Shiva, and reunites all his creatures to himself. He enters the 7 rays of the sun and drinks up all the waters of the globe. He causes the moisture to evaporate, thus drying up the whole earth. Oceans and rivers, torrents and small streams are all exhaled. Thus fed with abundant moisture, the 7 solar rays become 7 suns by dilation, and they finally set the world on fire. Hari, the destroyer of all things, who is the flame of time, Kalagni, finally consumes the earth. Then Rudra, becoming Yanardana, breathes clouds and rain. End quote. There are many kinds of pralaya, but 3 chief periods are especially mentioned in old Hindu books. The first of these, as Wilson shows, is called Naimittika, occasional or incidental, caused by the intervals of Brahma's days. It is the destruction of creatures, of all that lives and has a form, but not of the substance, which remains in statu quo till the new dawn after that night. The second is called Prakritika, and occurs at the end of the age or life of Brahma, when everything that exists is resolved into the primal element, to be remodeled at the end of that longer night. The third, Adyantika, does not concern the worlds or the universe, but only the individualities of some people. It is thus the individual pralaya or nirvana, after having reached which there is no more future existence possible, no rebirth till after the Mahapralaya. The latter night, lasting as it does 311,040,000,000,000 years, with the possibility also of being almost doubled in the case of the lucky Jivanmukta, who reaches nirvana at an early period of a manvantara, is long enough to be regarded as eternal, if not endless. The Bhagavad Purana speaks of a fourth kind of pralaya, the nitya, or constant dissolution, and explains it as the change which takes place imperceptibly in everything in this universe, from the globe down to the atom, without cessation. It is growth and decay, life and death. When the Mahapralaya arrives, the inhabitants of Svarloka, the upper sphere, disturbed by the conflagration, seek refuge, with the Pitris, their progenitors, the Manus, the 7 rishis, the various orders of celestial spirits, and the gods, in Mahar Loka. When the latter is reached also, the whole of the above enumerated beings migrate in their turn from Mahar Loka and repair to Yana Loka, in their subtle forms, destined to become re-embodied in similar capacities as their former, when the world is renewed at the beginning of the succeeding kalpa. Clouds, mighty in size and loud in thunder, fill up all space, Napastala. Showering down torrents of water, these clouds quench the dreadful fires, and then they rain uninterruptedly for 100 divine years, and deluge the whole world, solar system, pouring down in drops as large as dice. These rains overspread the earth and fill the middle region, Bhuvoloka, and inundate heaven. The world is now enveloped in darkness, and all things, animate or inanimate, having perished. The clouds continue to pour down their waters, and the night of Brahma reigns supreme over the scene of desolation. This is what we call in the esoteric doctrine a solar pralaya. When the waters have reached the region of the 7 rishis, and the world, our solar system, is one ocean, they stop. The breath of Vishnu becomes a strong wind, which blows for another 100 divine years, until all clouds are dispersed. The wind is then reabsorbed, and that, of which all things are made, the Lord by whom all things exist, he who is inconceivable, without beginning, the beginning of the universe, reposes, sleeping upon Shesha, the serpent of infinity, in the midst of the deep. The Creator, Adikrit, Hari, sleeps upon the ocean of space in the form of Brahma, glorified by Sanaka and the saints, Siddhas, of Yanaloka, and contemplated by the holy denizens of Brahmaloka, anxious for final liberation, involved in mystic slumber, the celestial personification of his own illusions. This is the dissolution, Pratisanchara, termed incidental because Hari is its incidental ideal cause. When the universal spirit wakes, the world revives. When he closes his eyes, all things fall upon the bed of mystic slumber. In like manner as 1,000 great ages constitute a day of Brahma in the original, its Padma Yoni, the same as Abhya Yoni, lotus born, not Brahma, so his night consists of the same period. Awaking at the end of his night, the unborn creates the universe anew. This is incidental pralaya. What is the elemental prakritika dissolution? Parashara describes it to Maitreya as follows, when by dearth and fire all the worlds and patalas hells are withered up. The progress of elemental dissolution is begun. Then first, the waters swallow up the property of earth, which is the rudiment of smell. And earth, deprived of this property, proceeds to destruction and becomes one with water. When the universe is thus pervaded by the waves of the watery element, its rudimentary flavor is licked up by the element of fire, and the waters themselves are destroyed and become one with fire, and the universe is therefore entirely filled with ethereal flame, which gradually overspreads the whole world, while space is one flame. The element of wind seizes upon the rudimental property or form which is the cause of light, and that being withdrawn, pralina, all becomes of the nature of air. The rudiment of form being destroyed, and fire, vibhavasu, deprived of its rudiment, air extinguishes fire and spreads over space, which is deprived of light when fire merges into air. Air then, accompanied by sound, which is the source of ether, extends everywhere throughout the 10 regions, until ether seizes upon contact, sparsha, cohesion, touch, its rudimental property, by the loss of which air is destroyed and ether, ka, remains unmodified, devoid of form, flavor, touch, sparsha, and smell. It exists unembodied, murtimat, and vast, and pervades the whole of space. Ether, akasha, whose characteristic property and rudiment is sound, the word, exists alone, occupying all the vacuity of space, or rather, occupying the whole containment of space. Then the origin, noumenon, of the elements, butadi, devours sound, the collective demiurgos, and the hosts of dhyan chohans, and all the existing elements are at once merged into their original. This primary element is consciousness, combined with the property of darkness, tamasa, spiritual darkness rather, and is itself swallowed up, disintegrated, by Mahat, the universal intellect, whose characteristic property is intelligence, buddhi, and earth and Mahat are the inner and outer boundaries of the universe. In this manner, as in the beginning, were the 7 forms of nature, prakriti, reckoned from Mahat to earth, so these 7 successively re-enter into each other. The egg of Brahma, Sarva Mandala, is dissolved in the waters that surround it, with its 7 zones, dvipas, 7 oceans, 7 regions and their mountains. The investure of water is drunk by fire, the stratum of fire is absorbed by that of air, air blends itself with ether, akasha. The primary element, butadi, the origin, or rather the cause of the primary element, devours the ether and is itself destroyed by intellect, Mahat, the great, the universal mind, which along with all these is seized upon by nature, prakriti, and disappears. This prakriti is essentially the same, whether discrete or indiscrete, only that which is discrete is finally lost or absorbed in the indiscrete. Spirit, pums, also, which is one, pure, imperishable, eternal, all-pervading, is a portion of that supreme spirit which is all things. That spirit, sarvesha, which is other than embodied spirit, and in which there are no attributes of name, species, naman, and yati or rupa, hence body rather than species, or the like, remains as the sole existence, satta, nature, prakriti, and spirit, purusha. Both resolve finally into supreme spirit. End of section 10, read by Sandra, Nova Scotia, 2022. Section 11 of The Evolution of Symbolism, Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evolution of Symbolism, Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. This is the final pralaya, the death of cosmos, after which its spirit rests in nirvana, or in that for which there is neither day nor night. All the other pralayas are periodical, and follow the manvantaras in regular succession, as the night follows the day of every human creature, animal, and plant. The cycle of creation of the lives of cosmos is run down, the energy of the manifested word having its growth, culmination, and decrease, as have all things temporary, however long their duration. The creative force is eternal as noumenal, as a phenomenal manifestation. In its aspects it has a beginning and must therefore have an end. During that interval it has its periods of activity and its periods of rest, and these are the days and nights of Brahma. But Brahman, the noumenon, never rests, as it never changes, but ever is, though it cannot be said to be anywhere. The Jewish Kabbalists felt the necessity of this immutability in an eternal, infinite deity, and therefore applied the same thought to the anthropomorphic God. The idea is poetical and very appropriate in its application. In the Zohar we read as follows, quote, "As Moses was keeping a vigil on Mount Sinai in company with the deity, who was concealed from his sight by a cloud, he felt a great fear overcome him and suddenly asked, 'Lord, where art thou? Sleepest thou, O Lord?' And the Spirit answered him, 'I never sleep. Were I to fall asleep for a moment before my time, all the creation would crumble into dissolution in one instant.'" End quote. Before my time is very suggestive. It shows the God of Moses to be only a temporary substitute, like Brahma, the male, a substitute and an aspect of that which is immutable, and which therefore can take no part in the days or nights, nor have any concern whatever with reaction or dissolution. While the Eastern occultists have 7 modes of interpretation, the Jews have only 4, namely, the real mystical, the allegorical, the moral, and the literal or pashut. The latter is the key of the exoteric churches, and not worth discussion. Here are several sentences which, read in the first or mystical key, show the identity of the foundations of construction in every scripture. They are given in Isaac Meyer's excellent book on the Kabbalistic works, which he seems to have well studied. I quote verbatim, "Breshit bara Elohim at Hashama yem vat haaretz." That is, in the beginning the gods created the heavens and the earth, the meaning of which is the 6th Sephiroth of construction, over which Breshith stands, all belong below. It created 6, and on these stand, exist all things, and those depend upon the 7 forms of the cranium up to the dignity of all dignities. And the second earth does not come into calculation, therefore it has been said, and from it, that earth which underwent the curse, came it forth. It, the earth, was without form, and void, and darkness was over the face of the abyss, and the spirit of Elohim was breathing, merak apeth, that is, hovering, brooding over, moving, over the waters. 13 depend on 13 forms of the most worthy dignity. 6,000 years are referred to in the first 6 words. The 7th thousand, the millennium, above it, the cursed earth, is that which is strong by itself, and it was rendered entirely desolate during 12 hours, one day, in the 13th. It, the deity, shall restore them, and everything shall be renewed as before, and all those 6 shall continue. End quote. The Sephiroth of construction are the 16 Shochans, or Manus, or Prajapatis, synthesized by the 7th, Breshith, the first emanation or Logos, and who are called therefore the builders of the lower or physical universe, all belonging below. These 6, 6-pointed star with the middle dot, whose essence is of the 7th, are the Upadhi, the base or fundamental stone on which the objective universe is built. the noumenoi of all things. Hence they are at the same time the forces of nature, the 7 angels of the presence, the 6th and 7th principles in man, the spirito-psycho-physical spheres of the septenary chain, the root races, etc. They all depend upon the 7 forms of the cranium, up to the highest. The second earth does not come into calculation because it is no earth but the chaos, or abyss of space in which rested the paradigmatic or model universe on the ideation of the over-soul, brooding over it. The term curse is here very misleading, for it simply means doom or destiny, or that fatality which sent it forth into the objective state. This is shown by that earth under the curse being described as without form and void, in whose abysmal depths the breath of the Elohim, or collective logoi, produced, or so to say photographed, the first divine ideation of the things to be. This process is repeated after every pralaya before the beginnings of a new manvantara, or period of sentient individual being. 13 depend on 13 forms refers to the 13 periods personified by the 13 manus, with Swayambhuva, the 14th, 13 instead of 14 being an additional veil. Those 14 manus who reign within the term of a Mahayuga, a day of Brahma. These 13-14 of the objective universe depend on the 13-14 paradigmatic ideal forms. The meaning of the 6,000 years which hang in the first 6 words has again to be sought in the Indian wisdom. They refer to the primordial 6-7 kings of Edom, who typify the worlds or spheres of our chain during the first round, as well as the primordial men of this round. They are the septenary pre-Adamic first root race, or they who existed before the third separated race. As they were shadows and senseless, for they had not yet eaten of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, they could not see the parzufim, or face could not see face. That is to say, primeval men were unconscious. Therefore, the primordial 7 kings died, i.e. were destroyed. Now who are these kings? They are the kings who are the 7 rishis, certain secondary divinities, Indra, Shakra, Manu, and the kings, his sons, who are created and perish at one period, as Vishnu Purana tells us. For the 7th thousand, which is not the millennium of exoteric Christianity, but that of anthropogenesis, represents both the 7th period of creation, that of physical man according to Vishnu Purana, and the 7th principle, both macrocosmic and microcosmic, and also the pralaya after the 7th period, the night, which has the same duration as the day, of Brahma. It was rendered entirely desolate during 12 hours. It is the 13th, twice 6, and the synthesis, that everything shall be restored, and the 6 shall continue. Thus the author of the Kabbalah remarks quite truly that, quote, long before his, Ibn Gabirol's, time, many centuries before the Christian era, there was in Central Asia a wisdom religion, fragments of which subsequently existed among the learned men of the archaic Egyptians, the ancient Chinese, Hindus, etc., and that the Kabbalah most likely originally came from Aryan sources through Central Asia, Persia, India, and Mesopotamia, for from Ur and Haran came Abraham and many others into Palestine. Such was also the firm conviction of C.W. King, the author of the Gnostics and their Remains. Vamadeva Modeljar describes the coming night most poetically. Though it is given in Isis Unveiled, it is worthy of repetition. Quote, strange noises are heard, proceeding from every point. These are the precursors of the night of Brahma. Dusk rises at the horizon, and the sun passes away behind the 13th degree of Makara, the 10th sign of the zodiac, and will reach no more the sign of the Mina, the zodiacal sign Pisces, or the fish. The gurus of the pagodas, appointed to watch the Rashi Chakram, the zodiac, may now break their circle and instruments, for they are henceforth useless. Gradually, light pales, heat diminishes, uninhabited spots multiply on the earth, the air becomes more and more rarefied, the springs of waters dry up, the great rivers see their waves exhausted, the ocean shows its sandy bottom, and plants die. Men and animals decrease in size daily. Life and motion lose their force. Planets can hardly gravitate in space. They are extinguished one by one, like a lamp which the hand of the Shokra servant neglects to replenish. Surya, the sun, flickers and goes out. Matter falls into dissolution, pralaya, and Brahma merges back into Dyaus, the unrevealed God, and his task being accomplished, he falls asleep. Another day is past, night sets in and continues until the future dawn. And now again re-enter into the golden egg of his thought, the germs of all that exist, as the divine Manu tells us. During his peaceful rest, the animated beings endowed with the principles of action cease their functions, and all feeling, manas, becomes dormant. When they are all absorbed in the Supreme Soul, this soul of all the beings sleeps in complete repose till the day when it resumes its form and again awakes from its primitive darkness. As the Satya Yuga is always the first in the series of the 4 ages or yugas, so the Kali ever comes the last. The Kali Yuga now reigns supreme in India, and it seems to coincide with that of the Western age. Anyhow, it is curious to see how prophetic in almost all things was the writer of Vishnu Purana, when foretelling to Maitreya some of the dark influences and sins of this Kali Yuga, foreseeing that the barbarians will be masters of the banks of the Indus, of Chandrabhaga and Kashmira. He adds, quote, "There will be contemporary monarchs reigning over the earth, kings of churlish spirit, violent temper, and ever addicted to falsehood and wickedness. They will inflict death on women, children, and cows. They will seize upon the property of their subjects, or, according to another reading, be intent upon the wives of others. They will be of limited power. Their lives will be short, their desires insatiable. People of various countries intermingling with them will follow their example, and the barbarians being powerful in India in the patronage of the princes, whilst pure tribes are neglected, the people will perish. Or, as the commentator has it, the Mlechas will be in the center and the Aryas in the end. Wealth and piety will decrease day by day until the world will be wholly depraved. Property alone will confer rank. Wealth will be the only source of devotion. Passion will be the sole bond of union between the sexes. Falsehood will be the only means of success in litigation, and women will be objects merely of sensual gratification. External types will be the only distinction of the several orders of life. Dishonesty, anyaya, will be the universal means of subsistence. Weakness the cause of dependence. Menace and presumption will be substituted for learning. Liberality will be devotion. A man, if rich, will be reputed pure. Mutual assent will be marriage. Fine clothes will be dignity. He who is the strongest will reign. The people, unable to bear the heavy burdens, karabara, load of taxes, will take refuge among the valleys. Thus in the Kali age will decay constantly proceed until the human race approaches its annihilation, pralaya. When the close of the Kali age shall be nigh, a portion of that divine being which exists of its own spiritual nature, Kalki Avatara, shall descend upon earth endowed with the 8 superhuman faculties. He will re-establish righteousness upon earth, and the minds of those who live at the end of Kali Yuga shall be awakened, and shall be as pellucid as crystal. The men who are thus changed shall be as the seeds of human beings, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita age, or age of purity. As it is said, when the sun and moon and the lunar asterism, Tishya, and the planet Jupiter are in one mansion, the Krita or Satya age shall return. End of quote. Two persons, Devapi of the race of Kuru and Maru, Moru of the family of Ikshvaku, continue alive throughout the 4 ages, residing at Kaulapa. They will return hither in the beginning of the Krita age. Maru, Moru, the son of Shikhra, through the power of devotion, yoga, is still living, and will be the restorer of the Kshatriya race of the solar dynasty. Whether right or wrong with regard to the latter prophecy, the blessings of Kali Yuga are well described and fit in admirably even with that which one sees and hears in Europe and other civilized and Christian lands in the full 19th and at the dawn of the 20th century of our great era of enlightenment. End of section 11, read by Sandra in the 21st century.
Section 12 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vinay Mala. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. Chapter 8. The Lotus as a Universal Symbol. There are no ancient symbols without a deep and philosophical meaning attached to them, their importance and significance increasing with their antiquity. Such is the lotus. It is the flower sacred to nature and her gods, and represents the abstract and the concrete universes, standing as the emblem of the productive powers of both spiritual and physical nature. It was held as sacred from the remotest antiquity by the Aryan Hindus, the Egyptians, and by the Buddhists after them. It was revered in China and Japan and adopted as a Christian emblem by the Greek and Latin churches, who made of it a messenger, as do now the Christians, who have replaced it with the water lily. In the Christian religion, in every picture of the Annunciation, Gabriel the Archangel appears to the Virgin Mary, holding in his hand a spray of water lilies. This spray, typifying fire and water, or the idea of creation and generation, symbolizes precisely the same idea as the lotus in the hand of the Bodhisattva who announces to Mahamaya, Gautama's mother, the birth of Buddha, the world's savior. Thus also were Osiris and Horus constantly represented by the Egyptians in association with the lotus flower, both being sun gods or gods of fire, just as the Holy Ghost is still typified by tongues of fire in the Acts. It had and still has its mystic meaning, which is identical in every nation on earth. We refer the reader to Sir William Jones. See dissertations relating to Asia. With the Hindus, the lotus is the emblem of the productive power of nature through the agency of fire and water, or spirit and matter. O thou eternal, I see Brahm, the creator, enthroned in thee above the lotus, says a verse in the Bhagavad Gita. And Sir W. Jones shows, as already noted in the stanzas, that the seeds of the lotus, even before they germinate, contain perfectly formed leaves, the miniature shapes of what they will become one day as perfected plants. The lotus in India is the symbol of prolific earth and, what is more, of Mount Meru. The 4 angels or genii of the 4 quarters of heaven, the Maharajas of the stanzas, stand each on a lotus. The lotus is the twofold type of the divine and human hermaphrodite, being, so to say, of dual sex. With the Hindus, the spirit of fire or heat, which stirs up, fructifies and develops into concrete form from its ideal prototype, everything which is born of water or primordial earth, evolved Brahma. The lotus flower, represented as growing out of Vishnu's navel, the god who rests in the waters of space on the serpent of infinity, is the most graphic symbol ever yet made. It is the universe evolving from the central sun, the point, the ever-concealed germ. Lakshmi, who is the female aspect of Vishnu and who is also called Padma, the lotus in the Ramayana, is likewise shown floating on a lotus flower at the creation and during the churning of the ocean of space, as also springing from the sea of milk like Venus Aphrodite from the foam of the ocean. Then seated on a lotus, beauty's bright goddess, peerless Shri, arose out of the waves, sings an English Orientalist and poet, Sir Monier Williams. The underlying idea in this symbol is very beautiful and furthermore shows an identical parentage in all the religious systems. Whether as the lotus or water lily, it signifies one and the same philosophical idea, namely the emanation of the objective from the subjective, divine ideation passing from the abstract into the concrete or visible form. For as soon as darkness, or rather that which is darkness, for ignorance, has disappeared in its own realm of eternal light, leaving behind itself only its divine manifested ideation, the creative logoi have their understanding opened, and they see in the ideal word hitherto concealed in the divine thought the archetypal forms of all, and proceed to copy and build or fashion upon these models forms evanescent and transcendent. At this stage of action, the demiurge is not yet the architect. Born in the twilight of action, he has yet to first perceive the plan, to realize the ideal forms which lie buried in the bosom of eternal ideation, just as the future lotus leaves, the immaculate petals are concealed within the seed of that plant. In esoteric philosophy, the demiurge or logos, regarded as the creator, is simply an abstract term, an idea like the word army. As the latter is the all-embracing term for a body of active forces or working units, soldiers, so is the demiurge the qualitative compound of a multitude of creators or builders. Brunov, the great Orientalist, seized the idea perfectly when he said that Brahma does not create the earth any more than the rest of the universe. Having evolved himself from the soul of the word, once separated from the first cause, he evaporates with and emanates all nature out of himself. He does not stand above it, but is mixed up with it. Brahma and the universe form one being, each particle of which is in its essence Brahma himself, who proceeded out of himself. In a chapter of the Book of the Dead, called Transformation into the Lotus, the god, figured as a head emerging from this flower, exclaims, "I am the pure lotus emerging from the luminous ones. I carry the messages of Horus. I am the pure lotus which comes from the solar fields." Chapter 81. The lotus idea may be traced even in the Elohistic first chapter of Genesis, as stated in Isis Unveiled. It is to this idea that we must look for the origin and explanation of the verse in the Jewish cosmogony, which reads, "And God said, let the earth bring forth the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself." I.11. In all the primitive religions, the creative God is the son of the Father, that is to say, his thought made visible, and before the Christian era, from the Trimurti of the Hindus down to the three Kabbalistic heads of the scriptures as explained by the Jews, the triune Godhead of each nation was fully defined and substantiated in its allegories. Such is the cosmic and ideal significance of this great symbol with the Eastern people. But when applied to practical and exoteric worship, which had also its esoteric symbology, the lotus in time became the carrier and container of a more terrestrial idea. No dogmatic religion has ever escaped having the sexual element in it, and to this day it soils the moral beauty of the root idea of symbology. The following is quoted from the same Kabbalistic MS, which we have already cited on several occasions. Pointing to like signification was the lotus growing in the waters of the Nile. Its mode of growth peculiarly fitted it as a symbol of the generative activities. The flower of the lotus, which is the bearer of the seed for reproduction as the result of its maturing, is connected by its placenta-like attachment to Mother Earth, or the womb of Isis, through the water of the womb, that is the river Nile, by the long cord-like stalk, the umbilicus. Nothing can be plainer than the symbol, and to make it perfect in its intended signification, a child is sometimes represented as seated in or issuing from the flower. Footnote. In the Indian Puranas, it is Vishnu, the first, and Brahma, the second Logos, or the ideal and practical creators, who are respectively represented, one as manifesting the lotus, the other as issuing from it. End footnote. Thus Osiris and Isis, the children of Cronus, or time without end, in the development of their nature forces, in this picture become the parents of man under the name Horus. We cannot lay too great stress upon the use of this generative function as a basis for a symbolical language and a scientific art speech. Thought upon the idea leads at once to reflection upon the subject of creative cause. In its workings, nature is observed to have fashioned a wonderful piece of living mechanism governed by an added living soul, the life, development, and history of which soul, as to its whence, its present, and its whither, surpass all efforts of the human intellect. Footnote. Not the efforts, however, of the trained psychic faculties of an initiate into Eastern metaphysics and the mysteries of creative nature. It is the profane of the past ages who have degraded the pure ideal of cosmic creation into an emblem of mere human reproduction and sexual functions. It is the esoteric teachings and the initiates of the future whose mission it is and will be to redeem and ennoble once more the primitive conception so sadly profaned by its crude and gross application to exoteric dogmas and personations by theological and ecclesiastical religionists. The silent worship of abstract or nominal nature, the only divine manifestation, is the one ennobling religion of humanity. End footnote. The newborn is an ever-recurring miracle, an evidence that within the workshop of the womb, an intelligent creative power has intervened to fasten a living soul to a physical machine. The amazing wonderfulness of the fact attaches a holy sacredness to all connected with the organs of reproduction as the dwelling and place of evident constructive intervention of deity. This is a correct rendering of the underlying ideas of old, of the purely pantheistic conceptions, impersonal and reverential, of the archaic philosophers of the prehistoric ages. It is not so, however, when applied to sinful humanity, to the gross ideas attached to personality. Therefore, no pantheistic philosopher would fail to find the remarks that follow the above and which represent the anthropomorphism of Judean symbology other than dangerous for the sacredness of true religion and fitting only for our materialistic age, which is the direct outcome and result of that anthropomorphic character. For this is the keynote to the entire spirit and essence of the Old Testament, as the MS states, treating of the symbolism of the art speech of the Bible. Therefore, the locality of the womb is to be taken as the most holy place, the sanctum sanctorum and the veritable temple of the living God. Footnote. Surely the words of the old initiate into the primitive mysteries of Christianity, "Know ye not ye are the temple of God," 1 Corinth 3.16, could not be applied in this sense to men, though the meaning was undeniably so stated in the minds of the Hebrew compilers of the Old Testament. And here is the abyss that lies between the symbolism of the New Testament and the Jewish canon. This gulf would have remained and have ever widened had not Christianity, especially and most glaringly the Latin Church, thrown a bridge over it. Modern popery has now spanned it entirely by its dogma of the two immaculate conceptions and the anthropomorphic and at the same time idolatrous character it has conferred upon the mother of its God. End footnote. With man, the possession of the woman has always been considered as an essential part of himself, to make one out of two and zealously guarded as sacred. Even the part of the ordinary house or home consecrated to the dwelling of the wife was called the penetralia, the secret or sacred, and hence the metaphor of the Holy of Holies, of sacred constructions taken from the idea of the sacredness of the organs of generation. Carried to the extreme of description, footnote, it was so carried only in the Hebrew Bible and its servile copyist Christian theology. End footnote. By metaphor, this part of the house is described in the sacred books as the between the thighs of the house, and sometimes the idea is carried out constructively in the great door opening of churches placed inward between flanking buttresses. No such thought carried to the extreme ever existed among the old primitive Aryans. This is proven by the fact that in the Vedic period, their women were not placed apart from men in penetralia or zananas. This seclusion began when the Mohammedans, the next heirs to Hebrew symbolism after Christian ecclesiasticism, had conquered the land and gradually enforced their ways and customs upon the Hindus. The pre- and post-Vedic woman was as free as man, and no impure terrestrial thought was ever mixed with the religious symbology of the early Aryans. The idea and application are purely Semitic. This is corroborated by the writer of the said intensely learned and Kabbalistic revelation when he closes the above quoted passages by adding, if to these organs as symbols of creative cosmic agencies, the idea of the origin of measures as well as of time periods can be attached, then indeed in the constructions of the temples as dwellings of deity or of Jehovah, that part designated as the Holy of Holies or the most holy place should borrow its title from the recognized sacredness of the generative organs considered as symbols of measures as well as of creative cause. With the ancient wise there was no name and no idea and no symbol of a first cause. Most decidedly not. Rather never give a thought to it and leave it forever nameless as the early pantheists did, than degrade the sacredness of that ideal of ideals by dragging down its symbols into such anthropomorphic forms. Here again one perceives the immense chasm between Aryan and Semitic religious thought, the two opposite poles, sincerity and concealment. With the Brahmins, who have never invested the natural procreative functions of mankind with an original sin element, it is a religious duty to have a son. A Brahman in days of old, having accomplished his mission of human creator, retired to the jungle and passed the rest of his days in religious meditation. He had accomplished his duty to nature as mortal man and its co-worker, and henceforth gave all his thoughts to the spiritual and immortal portion of himself, regarding the terrestrial as a mere illusion, an evanescent dream, which indeed it is. With the Semite it was different. He invented a temptation of flesh in a Garden of Eden and showed his God esoterically the tempter and the ruler of nature, cursing forever an act which was in the logical program of that nature. Footnote. The same idea is carried out exoterically in the incidents of the Exodus from Egypt. The Lord God tempts Pharaoh sorely and plagues him with great plagues, lest the king should escape punishment, and thus afford no pretexts for one more triumph to his chosen people. And footnote. All this exoterically, as in the clock and dead letter of Genesis and the rest. At the same time, esoterically, he regarded the supposed sin and fall as an act so sacred as to choose the organ, the preparator of the original sin, as the fittest and most sacred symbol to represent that God who is shown as branding its entering into function as disobedience and everlasting sin. Who can ever fathom the paradoxical depths of the Semitic mind? And this paradoxical element, minus its innermost significance, has now passed entirely into Christian theology and dogma. Whether the early fathers of the church knew the esoteric meaning of the Hebrew Testament, or whether only a few of them were aware of it, while the others remained ignorant of the secret, is for posterity to decide. One thing at any rate is certain. As the esotericism of the New Testament agrees perfectly with that of the Hebrew Mosaic books, and since at the same time a number of purely Egyptian symbols and pagan dogmas in general, the Trinity, for example, have been copied by and incorporated into the Synoptic and St. John, it becomes evident that the identity of those symbols was known to the writers of the New Testament, whoever they may have been. They must have been also aware of the priority of the Egyptian esotericism, since they have adopted several symbols which typify purely Egyptian conceptions and beliefs in their outward and inward meaning, and which are not to be found in the Jewish canon. One of these is the water lily in the hands of the archangel in the early representations of his appearance to the Virgin Mary, and these symbolical images are preserved to this day in the iconography of the Greek and Roman churches. Thus water, fire and the cross, as well as the dove, the lamb and other sacred animals with all their combinations, esoterically yield an identical meaning and must have been accepted as an improvement upon Judaism pure and simple. For the lotus and water are among the oldest symbols and in their origin are purely Aryan, though they became common property during the branching off of the fifth race. To give an example, letters as well as numbers were all mystic, whether in combination or taken separately. The most sacred of all is the letter M. It is both feminine and masculine or androgyne, and is made to symbolize water in its origin, the great deep. It is a mystic letter in all languages, Eastern and Western, and stands as a glyph for the waves thus, 3 triangles. In the Aryan esotericism, as in the Semitic, this letter has always stood for the waters. In Sanskrit, for instance, Makra, the 10th sign of the zodiac, means a crocodile, or rather an aquatic monster associated always with water. The letter Ma is equivalent to and corresponds with the number 5, which is composed of a binary, the symbol of the two sexes separated, and of the ternary, the symbol of the third life, the progeny of the binary. This again is often symbolized by a pentagon, the letter being a sacred sign, a divine monogram. Maitreya is the secret name of the 5th Buddha and the Kalki avatar of the Brahmins, the last Messiah who will come at the culmination of the great cycle. It is also the initial letter of the Greek metis, or divine wisdom, of Mimra, the word or logos, and of Mithras, the Meher, the monad mystery. All these are born in and from the great deep and are the sons of Maya, the mother in Egypt, Mut in Greece, Minerva, divine wisdom of Mary or Mariam, Mara, etc., the mother of the Christian logos, and of Maya, the mother of Buddha. Madhav and Madhavi are the titles of the most important gods and goddesses of the Hindu pantheon. Finally, mandala is in Sanskrit a circle or an orb, also the 10 divisions of the Rig Veda. The most sacred names in India generally begin with this letter, from Mahant, the first manifested intellect, and Mandara, the great mountain used by the gods to churn the ocean, down to Mandakini, the heavenly Ganga or Ganges, Manu, etc., etc. Will this be called a coincidence? A strange one is it then. Indeed, when we see even Moses found in the water of the Nile with the symbolical consonant in his name, and Pharaoh's daughter called his name Moses, and she said, because I drew him out of the water. Footnote. Exodus 2:10. Even to the 7 daughters of the Midianite priest who came to draw water and whom Moses helped to water their flock, for which service the Midian gives Moses his daughter Zipporah or Sipharah, the shining wave, as wife. Exod 2:16-21. All this has the same secret meaning. End footnote. Besides which, the Hebrew sacred name of God applied to this letter M is Meborak, the holy or the blessed, and the name for the water of the flood is Mabul, a reminder of 3 Marys at the crucifixion, and their connection with Meir, the sea or water, may close these examples. This is why in Judaism and Christianity the Messiah is always connected with water, baptism, and also with the fishes, the sign of the zodiac called Minam in Sanskrit, and even with the Matsya, fish, avatar, and the lotus, the symbol of the womb, or with the water lily, which has the same signification. In the relics of ancient Egypt, the greater the antiquity of the votive symbols and emblems of the objects exhumed, the oftener are lotus flowers and water found in connection with the solar gods. The god Khnum, the moist power or water, as Thales taught, being the principle of all things, sits on a throne enshrined in a lotus. The god Bes stands on a lotus ready to devour his progeny. Thought, the god of mystery and wisdom, the sacred scribe of Amenthi, wearing the solar disk as headgear, sits with the bull's head, the sacred bull of Mendes, being a form of thought, and a human body on a full-blown lotus. Finally, it is the goddess Hikit, under her shape of a frog, who rests on the lotus, thus showing her connection with water. And it is from the unpoetical shape of this frog symbol, undeniably the glyph of the most ancient of the Egyptian deities, that the Egyptologists have been vainly trying to unravel the mystery and functions of the goddess. Its adoption in the church by the early Christians shows that they knew it better than our modern Orientalists. The frog or toad goddess was one of the chief cosmic deities connected with creation on account of this animal's amphibious nature, and chiefly because of its apparent resurrection after long ages of solitary life enshrined in old walls, in rocks, etc. She not only participated in the organization of the word together with Khnum, but was also connected with the dogma of resurrection. Footnote. With the Egyptians, it was the resurrection in rebirth after 3000 years of purification, either in Devachan or the fields of bliss. End footnote. There must have been some very profound and sacred meaning attached to this symbol, since notwithstanding the risk of being charged with a disgusting form of zoelatry, the early Egyptian Christians adopted it in their churches. A frog or toad enshrined in a lotus flower, or simply without the latter emblem, was the form chosen for the church lamps, on which were engraved the words Agoimia Nastasis, I am the resurrection. Footnote. Such frog goddesses may be seen at Bullock in the Cairo Museum. For the statement about the church lamps and inscriptions, the learned ex-director of Bullock Museum, M. Gaston Maspero, must be held responsible. See his Zido Musée de Boulogne, page 146. End footnote. These frog goddesses are also found in all the mummies. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism. Section 9. The Moon, Deus Lunus, Phoebe. This archaic symbol is also the most poetical of all symbols. as also the most philosophical. The ancient Greeks brought it into prominence, and the modern poets have worn it threadbare. The queen of the night, riding in the majesty of all her peerless light in heaven, throwing all, even Hesperus, into darkness, and spreading her silver mantle over the whole sidereal world, has ever been a favorite theme with all the poets of Christendom, from Milton and Shakespeare down to the latest versifier. But the refulgent lamp of night, with her suite of stars unnumbered, spoke only to the imagination of the profane. Until lately, religion and science had naught to do with the beautiful mythos. Yet the cold chaste moon, she who, in the words of Shelley, quote, makes all beautiful on which she smiles, that wandering shrine of soft yet icy flame, which ever is transformed, yet still the same, and warms not, but illumes, end quote, stands in closer relations to earth than any other sidereal orb. The sun is the giver of life to the whole planetary system. The moon is the giver of life to our globe. And the early races understood and knew it, even in their infancy. She is the queen, and she is the king. She was King Soma before she became transformed into Phoebe and the chaste Diana. She is preeminently the deity of the Christians through the Mosaic and Kabbalistic Jews, though the civilized world may have remained ignorant of the fact for long ages. In fact, ever since the last initiated father of the church died, carrying with him into his grave the secrets of the pagan temples. For such fathers as Origen or Clemens Alexandrinus, the moon was Jehovah's living symbol, the giver of life and the giver of death, the disposer of being in our world. For if Artemis was Luna in heaven, and with the Greeks Diana on earth, who presided over childbirth and life, with the Egyptians she was Hecate in hell, the goddess of death, who ruled over magic and enchantments. More than this, as the personified moon, whose phenomena are triadic, Diana Hecate Luna is the 3-in-1. For she is Diva Triformis, Tergemina, Triceps, 3 heads on 1 neck, like Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Hence, she is the prototype of our Trinity, which has not always been entirely male. The number 7, so prominent in the Bible, so sacred in the 7th day, or Sabbath, came to the Jews from antiquity, deriving its origin from the 4-fold number 7 contained in the 28 days of the lunar month, each septenary portion thereof being typified by 1/4 of the moon. It is worth the trouble of presenting, in this work, a bird's-eye view of the origin and development of the lunar myth and worship in historical antiquity on our side of the globe. Its earlier origin is untraceable by exact science, which rejects all tradition, while for theology, which, under the guidance of the crafty popes, has put a brand on every fragment of literature that does not bear the imprimatur of the Church of Rome, its archaic history is a sealed book. Whether the Egyptian or the Aryan Hindu religious philosophy is the more ancient, the secret doctrine says it is the latter, does not much matter in this instance, as the lunar and solar worship are the most ancient in the world. Both have survived and prevail to this day throughout the whole world, with some openly, with others, as for instance in Christian symbology, secretly. The cat, a lunar symbol, was sacred to Isis, who was the moon in one sense, just as Osiris was the sun. and is often seen on the top of the sistrum in the hand of the goddess. This animal was held in great veneration in the city of Bubastis, which went into deep mourning on the death of the sacred cats, because Isis, as the moon, was particularly worshipped in that city of mysteries. The astronomical symbolism connected with it has already been given in Section 1, and no one has better described it than Mr. Gerald Massey in his Lectures and in The Natural Genesis. The eye of the cat, it is said, seems to follow the lunar phases in their growth and decline, and its orbs shine like two stars in the darkness of night. Hence the mythological allegory which shows Diana hiding in the moon under the shape of a cat when she was seeking, in company with other deities, to escape the pursuit of Typhon, as related in the Metamorphoses of Ovid. The moon in Egypt was both the eye of horns and the eye of Osiris, the sun. The same with the cynocephalus. The dog-headed ape was a glyph to symbolize the sun and moon in turn, though the cynocephalus is really more a hermetic than a religious symbol. For it is the hieroglyph of Mercury, the planet, and of the Mercury of the alchemical philosophers who say that, quote, Mercury has to be ever near Isis as her minister, for without Mercury neither Isis nor Osiris can accomplish anything in the great work. End quote. The cynocephalus, whenever represented with the caduceus, the crescent, or the lotus, is a glyph of the philosophical Mercury. But when seen with a reed or a roll of parchment, he stands for Hermes, the secretary and advisor of Isis, as Hanumana filled the same office with Rama. Though the regular sun worshippers, the Parsis, are few, yet not only is the bulk of Hindu mythology and history based upon and interblended with these two worships, but so is even the Christian religion itself. From their origin down to our modern day, it has colored the theologies of both the Roman Catholic and Protestant churches. Indeed, the difference between the Aryan Hindu and the Aryan European faiths is very small, if only the fundamental ideas of both are taken into consideration. Hindus are proud of calling themselves Suryavanshas and Chandravanshas, of the solar and lunar dynasties. The Christians pretend to regard this as idolatry, and yet they adhere to a religion entirely based on solar and lunar worship. It is vain and useless for the Protestants to exclaim against the Roman Catholics for their Mariolatry, based on the ancient cult of lunar goddesses, when they themselves worship Jehovah, preeminently a lunar god, and when both churches have accepted in their theologies the Sun Christ and the lunar Trinity. What is known of Chaldean moon worship, of the Babylonian god Sin, called by the Greeks Deus Lunus, is very little, and that little is apt to mislead the profane student, who fails to grasp the esoteric significance of the symbols. As popularly known to the ancient profane philosophers and writers, for those who were initiated were pledged to silence, the Chaldeans were the worshippers of the moon under her and his various names, just as were the Jews who came after them. In the unpublished manuscript on the art speech, already mentioned, giving a key to the formation of the ancient symbolical language, a logical raison d'etre is brought forth for this double worship. It is written by a wonderfully well-informed and acute scholar and mystic, who gives it in the comprehensive form of a hypothesis. The latter, however, forcibly becomes a proven fact in the history of religious evolution and human thought to anyone who has ever had a glimpse into the secret of ancient symbology. Thus he says, quote, "One of the first occupations among men connected with those of actual necessity would be the perception of time periods, marked on the vaulted arch of the heavens, sprung and rising over the level floor of the horizon or the plain of still water. These would come to be marked as those of day and night, of the phases of the moon, of its stellar or synodic revolutions, and of the period of the solar year, with recurrence of the seasons, and with the application to such periods of the natural measure of day or night, or of the day divided into the light and the dark. It would also be discovered that there was a longest and shortest solar day, and 2 solar days of equal day and night within the period of the solar year, and the points in the year of these could be marked with the greatest precision in the starry groups of the heavens or the constellations, subject to that retrograde movement thereof, which in time would require a correction by intercalation, as was the case in the description of the flood, where correction of 150 days was made for a period of 600 years, during which confusion of landmarks had increased. This would naturally come to pass with all races in all time, and such knowledge must be taken to have been inherent in the human race, prior to what we call the historic period, as during the same." End quote. On this basis, the author seeks for some natural physical function, possessed in common by the human race, and connected with the periodical manifestations, such that, quote, "the connection between the 2 kinds of phenomena became fixed in common or popular usage." End quote. He finds it in, quote, "A. The feminine physiological phenomena every lunar month of 28 days, or 4 weeks of 7 days each, so that 13 occurrences of the period should happen in 364 days, which is the solar week year of 52 weeks of 7 days each. B. The quickening of the fetus is marked by a period of 126 days, or 18 weeks of 7 days each. C. That period which is called the period of viability is one of 210 days, or 30 weeks of 7 days each. D. The period of parturition is accomplished in 280 days, or a period of 40 weeks of 7 days each, or 10 lunar months of 28 days each, or of 9 calendar months of 31 days each, counting on the royal arch of heavens for the measure of the period of traverse from the darkness of the womb to the light and glory of conscious existence, that continuing inscrutable mystery and miracle. Thus the observed periods of time marking the workings of the birth function would naturally become a basis of astronomical calculation. We may almost affirm that this was the mode of reckoning among all nations, either independently or intermediately and indirectly by tuition. It was the mode with the Hebrews, for even today they calculate the calendar by means of the 354 and 355 of the lunar year, and we possess special evidence that it was the mode with the ancient Egyptians, as to which this is the proof. The basic idea underlying the religious philosophy of the Hebrews was that God contained all things within himself, and that man was his image, man including woman. The place of the man and woman with the Hebrews was among the Egyptians occupied by the bull and the cow, sacred to Osiris and Isis, who were represented respectively by a man having a bull's head and a woman having the head of a cow, which symbols were worshipped. Notoriously, Osiris was the sun and the river Nile, the tropical year of 365 days, which number is the value of the word Nilos, and the bull, as he was also the principle of fire and of life-giving force, while Isis was the moon, the bed of the river Nile, or the Mother Earth, for the parturition energies of which water was a necessity. The lunar year of 354 to 364 days, the time maker of the periods of gestation, and the cow marked by or with the crescent new moon. But the use of the cow of the Egyptians for the woman of the Hebrews was not intended as of any radical difference of signification, but a concurrence in the teaching intended, and merely as the substitution of a symbol of common import, which was this, viz. The period of parturition with the cow and the woman was held to be the same, or 280 days, or 10 lunar months of 4 weeks each. And in this period consisted the essential value of this animal symbol, whose mark was that of the crescent moon. These parturient and natural periods are found to have been subjects of symbolism all over the world. They were thus used by the Hindus, and are found to be most plainly set forth by the ancient Americans in the Richardson and Jest tablets, in the Palenque Cross and elsewhere, and manifestly lay at the base of the formation of the calendar forms of the Mayas of Yucatan, the Hindus, the Assyrians, and the ancient Babylonians, as well as the Egyptians and Old Hebrews. The natural symbols would either be the phallus or the phallus and yoni, male and female. Indeed, the words translated by the generalizing terms male and female in the 27th verse of the first chapter of Genesis are sacre and nikabva, or literally phallus and yoni, while the representation of the phallic emblems would barely indicate the genital members of the human body, when their functions and the development of the seed vesicles emanating from them were considered, there would come into indication a mode of measures of lunar time, and through lunar of solar time. End quote. This is the physiological or anthropological key to the moon symbol, the key that opens the mystery of theogony, or the evolution of the Manvantaric gods, is more complicated and has nothing phallic in it. There, all is mystical and divine. But the Jews, beyond connecting Jehovah directly with the moon as a generative god, preferred to ignore the higher hierarchies and have made their patriarchs of some of these zodiacal constellations and planetary gods, thus euhemerizing the purely theosophical idea and dragging it down to the level of sinful humanity. The manuscript from which the above is extracted explains very clearly to what hierarchy of gods Jehovah belonged, and who this Jewish god was, for it shows in clear language that which the writer has always insisted upon, namely, that the God with which the Christians have burdened themselves was no better than the lunar symbol of the reproductive or generative faculty in nature. They have ever ignored even the Hebrew secret god of the Kabbalists, Ein Suf, a conception as grand as Para-Brahman in the early Kabbalistic and mystical ideas. But it is not the Kabbalah of Rosenroth that can ever give the true original teachings of Shimeon ben Yochai, which were as metaphysical and philosophical as any could be. And how many are there among the students of the Kabbalah who know anything of them except in their distorted Latin translations? Let us glance at the idea which led the ancient Jews to adopt a substitute for the ever unknowable, and which has misled the Christians into mistaking the substitute for the reality. Quote, if to these organs, phallus and yoni, as symbols of creative cosmic agencies, the idea of time periods can be attached, then indeed, in the construction of temples as dwellings of deity, or of Jehovah, that part designated as the Holy of Holies, or the most holy place, should borrow its title from the recognized sacredness of the generative organs, considered as symbols of measures as well as of creative cause. With the ancient wise, there was no name and no idea and no symbol of a first cause. With the Hebrews, the indirect conception of such was couched in a term of negation of comprehension, vidaliset, ein Suf, or the without bounds. But the symbol of its first comprehensible manifestation was the conception of a circle with its diameter line to at once carry a geometric, phallic, and astronomic idea. For the one takes its birth from the zero or the circle, without which it could not be, and from the one or primal one spring the 9 digits, and geometrically all plane shapes. So in Kabbalah this circle with its diameter line is the picture of the 10 Sephiroth, or emanations, composing the Adam Kadmon, or the archetypical man, the creative origin of all things. This idea of connecting the picture of the circle and its diameter line, that is, the number 10, with the signification of the reproductive organs and the most holy place, was carried out constructively in the king's chamber, or the Holy of Holies, of the Great Pyramid, in the Tabernacle of Moses, and in the Holy of Holies in the Temple of Solomon. It is the picture of a double womb, for in Hebrew the letter He is at the same time the number 5, and the symbol of the womb, and twice 5 is 10, or the phallic number. End quote. This double womb also shows the duality of the idea carried from the highest or spiritual down to the lowest or terrestrial plane, and limited by the Jews to the latter. With them, therefore, the number 7 has acquired the most prominent place in their exoteric religion, a cult of external forms and empty rituals. Take, for instance, their Sabbath, the 7th day sacred to their deity, the moon, symbolical of the generative Jehovah. But, with other nations, the number 7 was typical of theogonic evolution, of cycles, cosmic planes, and the 7 forces and occult powers in cosmos as a boundless whole whose first upper triangle was unreachable to the finite intellect of man. While other nations, therefore, busied themselves in their forcible limitation of cosmos in space and time, only with its septenary manifested plane, the Jews centered this number solely in the moon, and based all their sacred calculations thereupon. Hence we find the thoughtful author of the manuscript just quoted, remarking in reference to the metrology of the Jews that, quote, if 20,612 be multiplied by 4/3, the product will afford a base for the ascertainment of the mean revolution of the moon. And if this product be again multiplied by 4/3, the continued product will afford a base for finding the exact period of the mean solar year, this form becoming, for the finding of astronomical periods of time, of very great service. End quote. This double number, male and female, is symbolized also in some well-known idols. For instance, quote, Ardhanari Ishvara, the Isis of the Hindus, Eridanus or Ardan, or the Hebrew Jordan, or source of descent, She is standing on a lotus leaf floating on the water. But the signification is that it is androgyne or hermaphrodite, that is, phallus and yoni combined, the number 10, the Hebrew letter Yod, the containment of Jehovah. She, or rather he, gives the minutes of the same circle of 360 degrees. End quote. Jehovah, in its best aspect, is Bina, the upper meditating mother, great sea or Holy Spirit, and therefore rather a synonym of Mary, the mother of Jesus, than of his father, that mother being the Latin mare, the sea, is here also Venus, the Stella del Mare, or star of the sea. The ancestors of the mysterious Akkadians, the Chandravanshas or Indovanshas, the lunar kings whom tradition shows reigning at Prayaga, Allahabad, ages before our era, had come from India and brought with them the worship of their forefathers of Soma and his son Buddha, which afterwards became that of the Chaldeans. Yet such adoration, apart from popular astrololatry and heliolatry, was in no sense idolatry, no more, at any rate, than the modern Roman Catholic symbolism which connects the Virgin Mary, the Magna Mater of the Syrians and Greeks, with the moon. Of this worship, the most pious Roman Catholics feel quite proud, and loudly confess to it. In a memoir to the French Academy, the Marquis de Merville says, quote, "It is only natural that an unconscious prophecy, Amun-Ra, should be his mother's husband, since the Magna Mater of the Christians is precisely the spouse of the son that she conceives. We Christians can understand now why Neith throws radiance on the sun while remaining the moon, since the Virgin, who is the Queen of Heaven as was Neith, clothes the Christ Son as does Neith, and is clothed by him. Tu vestis solem et te sol vestit, as is sung by the Roman Catholics during their service. We Christians understand also how it is that the famous inscription at the Sais should have stated that, quote, "None has ever lifted my veil," peplum, considering that this sentence, literally translated, is the summary of what is sung in the church on the day of the Immaculate Conception. End quote. Surely nothing could be more sincere than this. It justifies entirely what Mr. Gerald Massey has said in his lecture on Luniolatry, Ancient and Modern. Quote, "The man in the moon, Osiris Sut, Jehovah Satan, Christ Judas, and other lunar twins, is often charged with bad conduct. In the lunar phenomena the moon was one, as the moon, which was twofold in sex, and threefold in character, as mother, child, and adult male. Thus the child of the moon became the consort of his own mother. It could not be helped if there was to be any reproduction. He was compelled to be his own father. These relationships were repudiated by later sociology, and the primitive man in the moon got tabooed. Yet in its latest, most inexplicable phase, this has become the central doctrine of the grossest superstition the world has seen. For these lunar phenomena, and their humanly represented relationships, the incestuous included, are the very foundation of the Christian Trinity in unity. Through ignorance of the symbolism, the simple representation of early time has become the most profound religious mystery in modern luniolatry. The Roman Church, without being in any wise ashamed of the proof, portrays the Virgin Mary arrayed with the sun, and the horned moon at her feet, holding the lunar infant in her arms, as child and consort of the mother moon. The mother, child, and adult male are fundamental. In this way, it can be proved that our Christology is a mummified mythology, a legendary lore, which have been palmed off on us in the Old Testament and the New, as divine revelation uttered by the very voice of God." End quote. A charming allegory is found in the Zohar, one which unveils better than anything else ever did the true character of Jehovah, or YHVH, in the primitive conception of the Hebrew Kabbalists. It is now found in the philosophy of Ibn Gebirol's Kabbalah, translated by Isaac Meyer. Quote, "In the introduction written by Rabbi Hizkiah, which is very old and forms part of our Brody edition of the Zohar, is an account of a journey taken by Rabbi Elazar, son of Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, and Rabbi Abba. They met a man bearing a heavy burden. They conversed together, and the explanations of the Torah by the man with the burden were so wonderful that they asked him for his name. He replied, 'Do not ask me who I am, but we will all proceed with the explanation of the Torah, law.' They asked, 'Who caused thee thus to walk and carry such a heavy load?' He answered, 'The letter Yod,' Yod, which equals 10, and is the symbolical letter of Kether, and the essence and germ of the holy name YHVH, made war, etc. They said to him, 'If thou wilt, tell us the name of thy father. We will kiss the dust of thy feet.' He replied, 'As to my father, he had his dwelling in the great sea and was a fish therein,' like Vishnu and Dagon or Oannes, which first destroyed the great sea, and he was great and mighty and ancient of days, until he swallowed all other fishes in the great sea. Rabbi Elazar listened to his words and said to him, 'Thou art the son of the holy flame. Thou art the son of Rab Hamnun'ah Saba, the old.' The fish in Aramaic or Chaldee is nun, noon. 'Thou art the son of the light of the Torah, Dharma, etc.' End quote. Then the author explains that the feminine Sephirah, Bina, is termed by the Kabbalists the Great Sea. Therefore Bina, whose divine names are Jehovah, Yah, and Elohim, is simply the Chaldean Tiamat, the female power, the Thalat of Berosus, who presides over the chaos, and was made out later by Christian theology to be the serpent and the devil. He, Yahovah, is the supernatural He and Eve. This Yahovah, then, or Jehovah, is identical with our chaos, father, mother, son, on the material plane and in the purely physical world. Deus and demon at one and the same time. The sun and moon, good and evil, God and demon. Lunar magnetism generates life, preserves and destroys it psychically as well as physically. And if astronomically the moon is one of the 7 planets of the ancient world, in theogony she is one of the regents thereof, with Christians now as much as with pagans, the former referring to her under the name of one of their archangels, and the latter under that of one of their gods. Therefore, the meaning of the fairy tale translated by Chwolson from the Arabic translation of an old Chaldean manuscript of Ku-Tami being instructed by the idol of the moon is easily understood. Seldenus tells us the secret, as well as Maimonides in his Guide to the Perplexed. The worshippers of the teraphim, or the Jewish oracles, carved images and claimed that the light of the principal stars, planets, permeating these through and through, the angelic virtues, or the regents of the stars and planets, conversed with them, teaching them many useful things and arts. And Seldenus explains that the teraphim were built and composed after the position of certain planets, those which the Greeks called stoicheia, and according to figures that were located in the sky and called alexithyroi, or the tutelary gods. Those who traced out the stoicheia were called stoicheomatikoi, or diviners, by the stoicheia. It is such sentences, however, in the Nabatean agriculture, which have frightened the men of science, and made them proclaim the work, quote, either an apocryphon or a fairy tale, unworthy of the notice of an academician. End quote. At the same time, as shown, zealous Roman Catholics and Protestants metaphorically tore it to pieces. The former because, quote, it described the worship of demons, end quote. The latter because it was ungodly. Once more, all are wrong. It is not a fairy tale, and as far as the pious churchmen are concerned, the same worship may be shown in their scriptures, however disfigured by translation. Solar and lunar worship, and also the worship of the stars and elements, can be traced and figure in Christian theology. These are defended by papists and can be stoutly denied by the Protestants only at their own risk and peril. 2 instances may be given. Ammianus Marcellinus teaches that ancient divinations were always accomplished with the help of the spirits of the elements, spiritus elementorum, and in Greek, pneumata ton stoicheion. But it is found now that the planets, the elements, and the zodiac were figured not only at Heliopolis by the 12 stones called Mysteries of the Elements, Elementorum Arcana, but also in Solomon's Temple, and, as pointed out by various writers, in several old Italian churches, and even the Notre Dame de Paris, where they can be seen to this day. End of section 13. Read by Andrew Malls Byron, Chicago,